Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Governor Mark Gordon fielded questions on data centers Monday when pitching his $11 billion budget to lawmakers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one Wyoming lawmaker called the line of questioning a political football.
Gordon was asked questions about data centers and energy diversification and courting Taiwan and Japan to potentially consume Wyoming's natural gas. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, on the other hand, ended up in a back and forth about his spats with Governor Mark Gordon. Senator Ogden Driscoll, a Republican from Devil's Tower, said, this would be easier to get behind if it wasn't such a political football.
The two officials on Monday presented different budget requests to the Legislative Joint Appropriations Committee, which is set to meet through half of December and half of January to craft a budget bill for the lawmaking session that opens February 9th. A 55-year-old Gillette woman is fighting for her life in a Denver burn unit following an early morning house fire on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Tammy Jo Schaefer suffered burns all over her body trying to put out the blaze with a towel.
We're not sure exactly how a fire started, but at 5 a.m. on Sunday morning, she was calling 911 because there was a fire in her home in Gillette. And when firefighters and first responders got there, she had been burned herself. Apparently, she had tried to put out the fire with a towel, according to her daughter that I talked to, and then the towel caught her on fire. And so she suffered severe burns. She was flown from Gillette Hospital to Denver, suffering burns on 21% of her body. And complicating things is she had a heart issue and COPD. She's in an intensive care on a ventilator and fighting for her life right now.
Campbell County Fire Department Battalion Chief Doug Rigsby told Cowboy State Daily that the cause of the fire is still under investigation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Snowy weather caused havoc on I-80 over the weekend as semi-trucks and other vehicles were involved in a series of collisions in western Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that motorists were stuck on the highway for hours.
First incident occurred around 11:30 when the semi lost control going downhill westbound on I-80, flipped over on its side, and other incidents happened after that. We're fortunate that the worst thing that happened as a result of that, other than the damage to the vehicles, was a broken arm. That was the worst of the 5 injuries reported.
Wyoming Highway Patrol reminds drivers that with winter weather upon us, road conditions can quickly deteriorate, leading to black ice and dangerous driving conditions. Wyoming U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman co-signed a letter on Monday to the FBI seeking statistics on crimes on tribal lands. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that Representative Hageman says the Biden administration's immigration policies led to the Native Americans being exploited and victimized by drug cartels.
Obviously, illegal immigration was a huge problem under the Biden administration. Millions of undocumented people, including many people involved in drug trafficking. So illegal immigration is definitely at the root of this. She believes that these cartels are transnational, as she puts it, and are just exploiting the vulnerabilities of indigenous people and also taking advantage of the quilt work of law enforcement that takes place on tribal lands.
The letter was signed by Eli Hageman and U.S. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, the Judiciary Panel's chairman, no specific native tribes are named in the letter. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, God, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday. Let's hold everything. Stop everything. Stop the music. Jen Coker's here.
Yes.
Jen.
That's the kind of intro I deserve.
Right. Just complete. Hey, attention. Eyes here. Eyes here. It's Jen Coker. I saw you hanging out with my buddy Jeff when he was on the show. That was nice of you to stop in on Turkey Day.
Yeah. I like Jeff. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Hey, man, anyone who wants to pinch hit for this circus, here's your wand. Here's your baton. Oh, no, wait, that's a conductor. That's a maestro.
You mixed metaphors.
Yeah, I did. So I'm trying to find someone who watched the stupid parade.
The which parade?
The last parade we had, not 4th of July, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Oh, the cat.
Oh, yeah. I always forget to watch that, and I get angry every time I do it.
Yeah, I do too. But this time I watched it, and no one else did. So I guess it was my turn to see it.
Sorry, Jake, I let you down. You've probably seen it in person, though, right?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 times. I'll tell you a funny story about seeing it in person. My brother is NYPD, retired. And so that doesn't have anything to do with anything. I told him this story and he laughed. I was watching the Thanksgiving Day parade and I've seen him puff up the balloons night before. That's the best party. You party all night. The night before, Wednesday night, you make the bars in New York City, and then you go to where they puff up the balloons, and you watch them do that, and that's fun. And then I've watched it from a high rise, which is really cool. You're way up, you're above the balloons. That's pretty neat. But one time I was watching, and I got there late, so I was way back in the crowd, and I couldn't see, so I stood up on a mailbox. Like I got hoisted up, and I was standing in a mailbox. It was great. And this bum, this guy, he smelled like urine and he looked awful. Scraggly bum. He tugs me on the pant leg and I'm like, quit bothering me. And he tugs me again. He's like, quit bothering me. He's like, you should get down from there. And I'm like, why? Because you didn't think of it first? Leave me alone. He tugs it. You should get down from it. And then finally he opens his ratty coat, that's got holes in it, moth-eaten, and there's a shield, NYPD. He's undercover. Whoa. I'm like, and I just look at him like, dang, that's good.
Holy cow, he took his UC seriously and even urined himself up.
Dude, I'm telling you. I'm like, that is impressive. Either you stole that or found that, or wow, NYPD is way better than I thought. Like,
wow, that's impressive.
I know. I jumped right down into his loving arms.
Wait a minute. Who lifted you up? How old are you at this point?
I don't remember. I was, adult. Yeah, I probably didn't need much help. I mean, you guys should be able to scale a mailbox. That should be a test. Trump should have to pass that presidential test. Once you hit age 50, colorectal cancer is a thing. You should have regular colonoscopies, and you should have tests. They should shove you into MRI too, make sure all your bones are still there. And then they should have fitness tests like the military a little bit once you're over the age of 50. Can you scale a mailbox? Because there are many times in life where it'd be handy to be able to climb up on top of a mailbox.
Yeah, that's not a bad test. I'm just trying to think if I could do it.
You don't have to agree with my madman thinkings.
Although I have to say, I don't know how many mailboxes still exist because my brother was in Ohio, was complaining about having to walk to the post office. And I'm like, why don't you just mail it from a mailbox? And he's like, I can't find any.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're disappearing like the phone.
Like phone booths.
Yep. Can't find. Yeah, that's true. You can't find mailboxes anymore. They were replaced with garbage cans, which is nice for the community. And now you can't find those anymore. There's nothing. I think there's an effort to just remove everything off the street, except for the bums. They can stay because we need cops to be able to blend in with that population.
Yeah.
All right. I want to talk about Jen Coker's story. Father of the missing 10-sleep baby. Do we have any updates? Mom has him believed to have Basil. And Dad, I don't understand why it's rare that Mom doesn't get custody. Dad has custody, but he lives in Nebraska. Help me out with what's going on with this.
I typically don't read Facebook comments because I just get frustrated and I'm usually somebody's complaining about me. But on this one, there was so much chatter. So let me try to clarify here.
Yeah.
This is a situation where the father and the mother basically had joint 50-50 custody. The father, from my understanding, he's obviously 500 miles away in Nebraska, but he also wants his visitation rights, right? And he is willing to drive to Wyoming. However, the wife is the mother, they weren't married. The mother of the child is resistant to giving him his visitation rights. I have no idea what transpired with them as a couple to make that sacred, what am I trying to say? To make that a bitter divide between them.
Yeah, that caused the rift between them.
There's some rift, yeah. So he wants his custody. He just wants his basic visitation rights. And she was not granting those. So he went back to court. And the day he was going to go to court to try to get those visitation rights or her to honor those visitation rights, she did not show and instead absconded. So at that point, he was given emergency custody because she had absconded. So there's not an Amber Alert issue because there's no proof that the mother is abusive to this child at all or that the child is in danger. Rather, what's happening is she has left presumably the state, or she's at least hiding within the state. And he just wants visitation. So what do? You involve the police when you can't find your child. So that's what's going on. So it's an unfortunate situation because it's caused him to go to court to just get his visitation honored. So it's a battle from the start. It sounds like from birth, it's been hard for him to see his child.
Yeah. And I feel for everybody. The dad, you have to get married, kids, in my opinion.
Right. And when I'm covering this, I don't want to get into the couple's business because it's none of the public's business, right? The business at hand is the fact that the child is missing for all practical purposes.
Yeah, for sure. But not that it would solve every problem, but it's one of the lower tier reasons why you make it official. Get married. There are legal things it'll help you out with, yes, but it's also a bond that's less easily broken than just cohabitating. Like, that's my girlfriend, that's our kid. It's not stable enough, in my opinion. And it too easily, something like this can happen. Mom's, slips away with the kid. She can probably speak some French. Maybe she's in, where do they speak French in Wyoming?
In Wyoming? Is there a Basque community?
I'm trying to think if there is. There've got to be.
There's got to be. We need Renee Jean. She would know this.
Yes.
And I bet Renee speaks French also.
Yes, she does a little bit. I try to get her to speak more. So
Renee knows the state better than anyone because she travels it for a living.
Definitely. I'll ask her. She's on later today.
Okay. Yes. And there was the concern that she might have gone to France, but from what I understand, there's no proof that she did. However, I have to say, having looked into a missing person who is likely in South Korea, she's from South Korea, and she likely went home. That is really hard for police to get that information, which surprised me.
Ooh.
It seems like an easy call to Homeland Security or U.S. Customs and Border or whoever monitors that. But from my understanding, that is not an easy answer to see if somebody has used their passport.
Interesting. Yeah, we're talking about the story concerning Madeline Daly, who has thought to have absconded with 10-month-old Basil Daly. She has a dual French, so could she have gone? Would a 10th-month-old need any documentation if she'd boarded a plane for France?
That's a really good question. I don't know. It's when I talked to law enforcement, the father's lawyer, it didn't seem anybody had that real concern other than it was just a possibility that she might, because she does have family over there, obviously, who could cover for her.
Yeah.
My hope is that she returns this child, and this couple can work this out.
Yeah.
And for the sake of the boy.
Yeah. Madeline, if you're watching, listening, come on. Maybe I'm hoping it's like a temporary thing. Maybe they had a fight about how to bring the kid up. Oh, he should get immunized for this or whatever. They had a disagreement over something, and she's just trying to prove a point. I can make 50-50, 100% anytime I want. Maybe she's just on a little bit of a, me moment.
Yeah, let's hope. These baby stories, I find them very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Just because the little boy has no choice in this. He's kind of stuck in the middle.
Yeah. Jake Stoner, he awaits any word from law enforcement. He's on the day job, I think, in Kilgore, Nebraska, about 500 miles away from where Madeline Daly was last seen with Basil. And yeah, I'm sure they're safe. I'm sure, the parental, the maternal instincts are strong with Madeline. I'm assuming there was no, I don't know if these two were at each other's throat or this just, they weren't getting along. And unfortunately, the kid is in the tug of war.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So nothing new. We don't, who's the lead agency on this?
Washakie. Am I saying that right? Washakie County Sheriff.
Yep.
Austin Brookwell.
Okay.
And I haven't checked in with him obviously today. He's probably not awake, but I'll check in with him this morning. But over the weekend, there was no change. So I'll stay on it and report anything that I can, any kind of update. And the idea behind doing the story, of course, was to get a lot of eyes on her to see if she's out there anywhere.
Yes, because that is probably the most helpful thing. I mean, it's not like an off-duty cop in wherever. I was going to say Tensley, but that's too close. I'm trying to pick like in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, where she would not likely be, off-duty cop in, Boise is at a, coffee shop. And he's like, that looks like that Madeline. It's going to be a friend or acquaintance, a family member who says, look, I just read this and it's like a big deal. It's on the Cowboy State Daily. Like, come on, Madeline.
Yeah, people are worried about him. But she's also, from what I understand, incredibly scrappy, resourcewful.
Yeah.
So she's not a spoiled person. She can live in her, unlike me, I couldn't do it, but she can live in her truck.
Right. She can get off grid and survive off grid for a while. Yeah. Yeah.
She's my polar opposite because I get angry if I don't have a hot coffee.
You're one of them, huh?
Yeah, I'm a little bit HM.
You're a high maintenance.
Just a tad bit. Just a tad.
Yeah. All right.
Not anything crucial.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not like princess category,
No.
but you do need your creature comforts.
Yeah, if somebody asks me to go hunting, I will go. I will go backpacking, but can we please pack a bottle of wine? Just save room.
Bottle of wine, and I got 90 minutes. Let's go on the big hunt trip. Okay.
And hurry up, will you? Yeah.
Sleep on the ground. Do you know who I am? Jen Coker.
That's right.
So, yeah, Jen and I urge Madeline, if you're listening, come on, do the right thing. Jake's worried. We're not saying you got to be a happy, loving threesome couple here, but figure it out and at least do the right thing, be legal. And to the Washakie County Sheriff, Austin Brookwell, Jen says you're not awake yet. I don't believe
I'm giving a huge shout out to that sheriff. He's absolutely phenomenal. He's like one of those sheriffs who respond to you on Facebook. He might be awake. I'm going to try him right now.
All right.
But yeah, and he has the cutest kids.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They have glasses. Kids with glasses are I'm just the cutest.
Yeah. Have you ever seen like the baby, like toddler baby, and they need glasses and they put them on them? They can see. First they fight it. They're like, get them things off them, and they put them on. The kid's like, oh, a whole world.
So awesome.
I know.
I love how tiny they are. I love everything about them.
Kids in glasses. Get your glasses on now, Jen. Let me see the look. You got them right on your head.
Yeah, I do.
You're not going to put them on.
Oh, you want them on?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, now all of a sudden you demand more. Yes. I'm like, whoa. Now I'm less inclined to ask if you saw the Thanksgiving Day parade, more inclined to wonder if you didn't orchestrate it. Did you organize the whole parade yourself?
No, but I conceptualized it.
Yes. Conceptualize. That's the word I wanted. Yeah.
It was hard to put on.
You're so smart. Jen, thank you for starting our Tuesday off on the right foot. Appreciate it.
You have a good one.
You too. That's Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily. Somehow I got small. That's weird. Just a visual thing. I'll fix it. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, coming right back after this quick break.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, you know? When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Tuesday, December 2. What a show we got for you. I was trying to kick off the show about 25 minutes ago, but I was so rudely interrupted by Jen Coker. Just kidding. It's so nice to start a day with Jen, whether she saw the parade or not. We're going to talk about TerraPower, Kemmer's nuclear plant. It's cleared a regulatory hurdle a month early. That thing is fast-tracked, no doubt about it. When you're talking Bill Gates, Trump administration, and a dedication to pro-energy, I mean, yeah, the wheels are greased there. The track is greased, whatever they say. It's lightning fast. Gillette woman fighting for her life in a Denver burn unit. We're going to talk about Tammy Jo Schaefer. Lawmakers got together. They were going to talk about data centers, but it became a food fight between Governor Gordon and Secretary of State Chuck Gray, as it so often does. Those two cannot share the same air. They cannot share the same room without devolving into, Gray Gordon. It's Gray Gordon throat. I think we got to just throw them both in a cage match. Just put them put Gordon and Gray in a cage, UFC style. And UFC is on Discovery now, right? UFC is, I've seen the ads plugging themselves. I'll ask, who might know? Bryden Patterson would know for sure. Our buddy Brian. We could have him on the show. But I'm thinking maybe Kevin Meyer knows. Kevin will be on later. I don't know. I'll shoot and see if Kevin Meyer knows. UFC just announced their new home now, where you can see guys beating each other up and girls, equal opportunity. They are so DEI at UFC. Sorry for the acronym bonanza. They're so in touch with their gender inclusion that they let girls beat each other up too. They don't care. UFC. One of these days they'll have girls, boys fighting each other. Their new home is now, I can't find it anywhere. Is it Discover? See, the ads didn't work, obviously. There was like 1,000 ads I've seen announcing the new home, Discovery Plus. Yeah. I'm not sure what Discovery is. I don't even know if I have that channel. The wife knows that stuff. Do we have Discover? She's asleep. Discovery Plus, UFC, yeah, they're doing these big, cool ads, and they're trying to make punching each other cool again. Really. If you've seen the ad, you Discover, which I thought this was a channel invented to show us what dolphins were doing under the ocean. Like, isn't this supposed to be sort of sciencey? Discover channel? I don't know if it's Discovery or Discover. Discovery Plus. I thought the whole intent of that channel, Discovery Channel, was to show us the secret life of cheetahs on the African prairie. Let's go to safari. Let's go deep dive in the ocean and see these cool mollusks. That's what I thought Discovery was. Now they're just showing, let's watch these two guys beat each other bloody. When did that happen? Why am I talking about UFC fighters? I've become Easily distracted. Yeah, I don't know how I got on that. Oh yeah, the fight. Gordon versus Gray. Bare knuckle boxing. Brian Pedersen can arrange it. Just had enough of the war of words already. Just throw down. Gail Symons is going to be on later today to address pretty much that situation. Honestly, in a way, I don't want to put words in Gail's mouth. Gail Symons, opinion columnist for the Cowboy State Daily, wrote a great piece the other day. And she said, Wyoming and Western politics is done differently than Washington, D.C. While Congress is dysfunctional and fighting among themselves and going into government shutdown, Wyoming was busy at work, doing the work of the people, doing what politics is supposed to be. Governor Gordon and the governor from Utah, what's his name? Cox. And they were doing it right. Gail Symons is going to be on later today and talk about that summit that they had the other day and how we do politics in Wyoming and in the West, which is the true intent, like doing positive things, working together, trying to make a better future, doing what government is supposed to be doing, not grandstanding, not throwing out bullet point quotes like, I hope this sound bite's a good one. Let me throw that. Let me launch this at the other party. That's not what it's supposed to be. Gail Symons, great article. We're going to talk to her. Sheehan Fisher are going to be on here in moments. Dr. Fisher, psychologist at Northwestern Medicine. Dr. Fisher is going to talk about postpartum depression in fathers, new dads experiencing sad dads. It's a thing, and it's for real, and we're going to talk to Dr. Fisher about that in just a few moments. Eric Quinney will be here, and he's one of the guys that worked on that big wreck, Interstate 80, the first of what is likely going to be too many this winter on Interstate 80. Eric Quinney will be here. He's with Uinta County Fire Rescue, Chief Administrative Officer. He'll talk about, driving safe on the interstate and what it's like to work these big pileups and how we maybe can avoid them. So, yeah, special guests coming up. Should be a good show. Let's get a weather forecast to you. Here's what you're looking at on the roads and elsewhere. Chance of snow mainly after 4 in the afternoon for Casper. Partly sunny till then, 35 the high. Chance of snow about after 4 in Riverton with a highs 37. Evanston, chance of snow, mostly cloudy, 34 today. Green River, cloudy, breezy, 36. Pinedale, slight chance of snow beginning around 1 in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, highs in the upper 20s. Alpine, you can see snow, and it could pile up today. Up to 5 inches of snow in Alpine, Wyoming, with highs near 31. Chance of snow in DuBois, beginning around 2 o'clock, otherwise sunny, breezy, 31. Jackson, snow likely, 31 the high today. No mention of how much, but if Alpine, just down the road, is getting 5 inches, you could expect a couple in Jackson, I would think. Thermopolis, chance of snow, mainly after 4 in the afternoon, 35 the high. Cody, late afternoon snow, 38. Buffalo, chance of snow beginning around 3 p.m. Mostly cloudy, otherwise 34 the high. Sheridan winter weather advisory from 5 o'clock this afternoon until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. You're going to see snow overnight in Sheridan Bighorn. Gillette, chance of rain mixed with snow. Patchy fog as well. And anything else that could live in the weather forecast? Partly sunny, mostly cloudy, chance of snow, rain, and fog. Wow, that covers about everything that could happen other than locusts and frogs falling from the sky. Gillette, you're going to see it all, 37 the high. Newcastle, chance of snow after 11. 37, your high. Torrington, highs 46, sunny, breezy. Lusk, partly sunny, 38. Cheyenne, mostly cloudy, breezy, highs 42. Slight chance of snow after 11-ish in the morning. Otherwise, mostly sunny, breezy at Laramie, 35. Rawlins, snow beginning about 11 in the morning with highs 32. That's your updated weather forecast. The day weather forecast. We'll talk to Don Day later. Get some scoops from him. I had a question for him concerning weather. Mostly we got eyes on the Midwest and then the Northeast in the coming week. The Midwest and the Northeast is going to get cold like they've never seen this early in the season, like very cold. It's going to just miss us, glancing blow. But that vortex, I don't want to get caught up in the sensational terminology that has become weather. I don't want to call it a polar vortex, but I heard Don Day call it a vortex yesterday. He called it the Hudson Bay vortex. And that Hudson Bay vortex is going to bring deep cold to the Midwest and the Northeast in the U.S. In Wyoming, you know, cold is, it's just, we call it November cold. It's cold all the time. It's winter. Officially, now December. Officially yesterday is Don Day's official start to winter. The meteorological start to winter, December 1st. I did want to talk a little bit about sports. I wanted to hit it yesterday, but missed, didn't have time. University of Wyoming, men's basketball. It was a loss, but, you know, I was impressed with Coach Sundance Wick's team. Coach Wick's, that team, the Cowboys fought a 20-ranked Texas Tech team. This is a team that's ranked. Texas Tech is good. And there was, you know, speculation that maybe Wyoming wouldn't be able to hang with a team this good. This was the first real test to see where the Wyoming basketball program is right now. We beat up on some unknowns, kind of, but we haven't faced anybody as good as Texas Tech. And the Cowboys lost 76-72, but Texas Tech needed a second half rally to finish that game off. And that was on the road, by the way. There's also, I'm wondering if the University of Wyoming's game plan, which is basically to run your face off at elevation, this team's going to be really tough to beat in their own barn, because at 72-20, Coach Wicks is just going to roll out 10 different players all game long, keep the guys fresh, and they're used to the thin air, no oxygen, and we're just going to run up and down the court. So at home, I would expect the Cowboys might have beat Texas Tech, but that game was on the road in Lubbock, Texas, a University of Wyoming, hanging tough against a Power 5 school. 76-72 loss, but very encouraging loss, in my opinion. Cowgirls look pretty good in basketball. They hand South Dakota their first loss of the season, 66-59. The Cowgirls win that one in a rebuild year. That's hopeful. And the Wyoming Cowgirls volleyball season came to an end last week, Wednesday night at the Mountain West Volleyball Championships. Third-seeded Cowgirls were swept off the court by the number 6 seed San Diego State. Scores went 25-21, 25-20, 25-19. UW Volleyball finishes the season at 17 wins, 13 losses. Signing day tomorrow for Cowboy football. And already seeing defectors. 2 players have announced they're going to jump in the portal. Portal. I always picture it as the Star Trek transporter room. And Scotty always handles the transports, right? I'm sure I'm dating myself because there's been like a whole bunch of Star Trek since the original 1960s TV series starring William Shatner. I haven't seen any of the movies with the bald dude. I haven't seen any of the movies with Chris Pine. Is that the guy? The new Captain Kirk? I haven't seen any of them because I saw the real one, the original, and that was good enough. Spock, Doc McCoy, and Scotty, the Irishman, drinking down there in the engine room. Whenever the captain's command to get into Warp 2 didn't have Scotty, let's go to Warp 2. And Sulu would press a button that woke up that boozing Scottishman down there and told him that, hey, get it to Warp 2. And then whenever the captain tried to get up to like Warp 9, the whole machine would start shaking apart. The USS Enterprise be like, Scotty, I need Warp 9. We got to outrun these Klingons. And Scotty would come back on the intercom. She's going to break up, Captain. She can't take this for much longer. Anyway, Scotty was the guy who always worked the transporter room because he knew how to. That's the sound it made when you're jumping in the college basketball portal or football portal. I'm going to transport to another team, one that doesn't suck. And you think life's going to be greener over this other team. The running back who just declared he wants out of Laramie, he already wanted out of the last place he was in. Be careful who you pick up from the transfer portal, because what does that tell you about that player? That they're a malcontent. They're not content with where they were. And they want to be somewhere else. That's not the kind of guy you want on your team. You want somebody with a little more commitment. Yeah, the running back who was unhappy with his playing time. He had to share carries with Scott and Tote. And he's like, I'm out of here. I'm jumping in the portal. He already came from the portal. Scotty already beamed him on to Laramie Cowboys. I got to take a break. I'll be right back with Dr. Fisher after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are.
Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. We welcome on to the show Dr. Sheehan Fisher. Although, Dr. Fisher, you don't have video going, which is fine with me as long as we have audio. But your visual shows Chris areas, so it's confusing. But I'm going to remember you're Dr. Fisher.
Thank you.
That's the most important part. Dr. Fisher, I'm going to tell you why this should be part of your regular routine. Hashtag rediscover fatherhood. PhD, psychologist, and an associate professor at Northwestern University. We're going to talk about sad dads, baby blues. It's a real thing, and I think we can start there, Dr. Fisher, with this notion that postpartum depression is usually a mom thing. Certainly statistics show 1 in 5 women experience postpartum depression, but it can be dad's thing too. Maybe as many as 1 in 10, maybe more. We'll never know. It goes very unreported, lesser reported. Guys just don't seek that kind of help. But let's talk about postpartum depression in fathers and why it is a real thing and what it looks like. And that's been really at the heart of a lot of work you've been doing as a psychologist at Northwestern.
Yes, I mean, it's an important topic, and I appreciate you having me here to talk about it.
You bet. So what can, I guess my first question is, first-time parents go through stress. There's the dad syndrome, and you yourself are a father. I want to talk about that, because without being an actual father yourself, I wonder how much the research can tell you. And then you've also got some in the field experience. But Dr. Fisher, tell me about, many first-time dads get the stress of a kid. You introduce a newborn into the relationship and you're up all night and that's a stressor. How do we know it's officially postpartum depression where now it's clinical and whether you're just a dad who is running 9-0 and you're tired?
Yeah. Well, I think it's an important point that in general, it is not, it's a thing that we're excited about. It's an important part of a phase of life for many individuals, but it doesn't mean it doesn't come with a lot of stress. And so how do we differentiate between just a normal stress versus when it becomes, like I said, a clinical issue? And so one, acknowledging that it is stressful helps us to normalize it and allow us to be more aware of what we're experiencing. But we have to be aware also that when it starts to affect our functioning, our quality of life, how much we're able to enjoy things, and even shifts in mood that are sustained, that they last a long time with that feeling sadness. Everyone might feel a little sad or worn out, but if you're going 2 weeks or longer feeling sad most days, then that's really a sign that something is not normal. Similarly with, even just experiences of anxiety, new parents, they get anxious, they worry about things, but sometimes anxiety can take a life of its own where you start to worry about everything and it generalizes to so many different areas that it starts to actually affect the ability to do your normal day-to-day tasks. That's when we start to worry about what is this experience. And the good thing is you don't have to figure it all out. You can talk to someone who can help you.
I like that. Researchers from Northwestern University looked at almost 200 couples during the first 6 weeks after their child was born, checked in again after 45 months when these newborns had become toddlers. And what they found is incidents of postpartum depression and centering. We want to talk about the dads, the fathers. What, Dr. Fisher, what does it look like? What should you be looking for when okay, this is not not normal. There's going to be some stress, some anxiety, but when the anxiety becomes all consuming, when you have a short fuse, you become irritable and you say, that's not me. I can't believe I just snapped at my wife over that. Like, that's not me. What are some of the signs? What are we looking for as fathers that we might need help?
Yeah, so like for one, sometimes they can have the traditional symptoms of depression, which include like that deep sadness, basically feeling depressed, lack of pleasure in things that you usually enjoy, along with other things like difficulty concentrating, like feeling worthless, things like that when you feel really down on yourself. Even, of course, we have to be mindful even suicidality, given the heightened risk of suicide within men. But there's something also called masculine depression. And this is where we miss this in this field, is understanding that, as you said early, men sometimes don't feel comfortable reporting I felt sad or I was crying, or even don't experience it that way. But it's actually based on our societal norms, more susceptible for men to engage in sometimes aggression or verbal aggression or irritability, hypersexuality, or even substance use, where they might need an extra nightcap every night or a little more drinking more other substances as a way to cope. And therefore, that change, that escalation is what we need to be looking out for as a sign that that person might be suffering and dealing with something that they need support for.
Yeah, I think postpartum depression in fathers, in men, it will probably manifest a little different than it does in mom, in women, and certainly the way men handle it. A woman probably more likely to say, you know what, I'm feeling really emotional today, and she gets that. Men are like, oh, I'm supposed to hide this, and they worry like, what is this? What is the difference between how mom and dad might experience postpartum depression?
Well, yeah, I think that there is a risk that like the men tend to feel like they have to mask it. And that's kind of where the idea of masculine depression comes from, is that like hypersexuality, aggression, and substance use are all ways to mask how you feel. Like, I'm not supposed to feel sad, so let me just find a way to not experience it that way. And therefore, many times they can miss what they're going through. And then also, like, others may not pick up the signs, including doctors. Doctors might give them like a traditional measure of depression and say, oh, yeah, you look fine on here, and miss out on the other ways that the man is displaying and experiencing that depressive state. So we really have to take it seriously for educating not only the general public, which I appreciate this opportunity to do here, but also for clinicians and even researchers to understand, like, how do we need to expand our mind of how we understand perinatal mental health?
We're talking about postpartum depression, particularly in men and dad. And dads out there, we're talking about what comes after, what's definitely beyond just, you know, that glazed eye look that dads get, especially new dads, first time dads, because of lack of sleep. You know, they can't. I mean, this is introducing that first child into a relationship. It's going to have some speed bumps for sure. But we're talking about stuff that just is too much. And so, you know, get out and seek help. I want to talk about what it does, certainly to the relationship. This is now adding the third wheel into mom and dad relationship. But what does it do, Dr. Fisher, for the kid? I mean, this cannot be good. The child may not understand what's going on with dad. Dad, some days he's great, and some days he seems like he doesn't like me. What does it do to the children?
Yes, like it's an important factor, is that even during infancy, that child can be affected by the parent's mental health. And historically, what we knew is that mom's mental health, especially postpartum depression, has a direct impact on that child, that infant's emotional health, including what we call internalizing behaviors like sadness, anxiety symptoms, and also externalizing behaviors like misbehavior or aggression, like all throughout that child's life. It sets that trajectory. But now what we understand is that after accounting for mom's mental health, the father's mental health has a unique direct impact on that child in similar ways. And this is important clinically because if we only treat the mom and support the mom's mental health, we're still leaving that child at risk.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the effects of fatherless families, fatherless kids, or fathers who are only half there, half engaged, semi-engaged. Like fathers, your role is crucial And this guy, Dr. Fisher, he walks the talk, man. Tell me about Rediscover Fatherhood. What you have your own website as well, Dr. Sheehan Fisher. It's important to you after you check out, clock out at the job at Northwestern. You're living the life of a dad. Being a father, crucial.
Yes. Yeah, definitely has been something important to me since I was younger. I always knew I wanted to be a father, and this is kind of what got me into the field of thinking about this because there wasn't really much work done this in general. And the idea behind Rediscover Fatherhood was just highlighting that we have this assumption that fatherhood or fathers now being more involved, like a unique thing. And just briefly, I will say that it's really not a new part of American history. Like in the earlier stages, fathers were way more engaged when they lived on the farm and worked on the farm together with their families. They were directly more involved. But after the industrial age and fathers started to work outside the home, that's what became what we assumed to be that fathers worked outside the house unless involved in the house. But now that most families can't survive on one income, we're now seeing a resurgence of fathers being more involved, where now we're splitting those responsibilities. So the whole point is that it's not new, and it's not also like organic or biological that fathers can't be involved parents. We need to kind of take a ownership of this. It's our responsibility to be fully involved as parents to have equity in the home.
Yeah, listen to this guy. We're talking to Dr. Sheehan Fisher. When he takes off the lab coat and goes home, he finds out more. He finds out real life research. Now, he's researched it. He's made it the heart of his study to understanding how fathers deal with their kids, how postpartum depression is a real thing. But when you go home, you have yourself, in your words, a bold and spirited daughter. That's code for she's a handful, right?
That's exactly what I wish for her.
So where can we go to learn more? I want to know more about this study. I want to learn more what Northwestern Medicine is doing because I had not even heard of, Dr. Fisher, the idea of postpartum with fathers, with dads. It's such a mom thing. This is new to me. I want to dig in. I want to learn more. And I want dads out there to know that, hey, this is a real thing, and maybe it's more than you can handle. Get help, find help. Northwestern University has found that it is a real thing, and Dr. Sheehan Fisher will tell you. Where do we go? You got a website?
Yes, well, we have the nm.org where you can find a lot more information about this topic, to understand more about, just father mental health in general. And then also recommend looking at organizations like Postpartum Support International that has a lot of information and resources for fathers, including like groups and things like that for fathers to get engaged, along with the International Marseille Society for Perinatal Mental Health that also has information about father mental health. So between these three, there's a great wealth of information and resources that could be available to new fathers.
Fantastic. One last thing, Dr. Fisher, it just occurred to me that, a lot of times, guys, in addition to masking, in addition to just saying, I got a cowboy up, I'm going to ignore this, I'm going to shove it down. It's you may not recognize, your kid may, but the kid's might, 10 months old. The wife, don't discount your spouse, your partner saying, You're not you. Yeah. You need help. There's something wrong. Don't discount that. She's not trying to start a fight. She knows you best. And that may be one place that you can get a little feedback and listen, guys.
I agree. I think it's great for both of you all to be eyes and ears for each other because you don't always know and see what you're going through. Yeah. And so your partner knows you best and knows when there's like slight changes and you might have picked up. And it's a great way to support one another.
Yeah. Anything about the holidays we're entering in now that could increase any of this stuff?
Well, financial stress.
Yeah,
sure. You have to be mindful of that. It's just that, especially with children are very expensive in our country. And then adding in the holidays, thinking about, hey, how do we make the holidays special? But yes, definitely don't add on additional financial stress beyond your means because it really can take a toll. We know that financial stress is one of the biggest impacts on the relationship of the parent.
Good point. I appreciate you being on. Thanks so much for making time for us, Dr. Fisher. Have a great Tuesday.
Thank you.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on a December 2 Tuesday. That is Dr. Sheehan Fisher. And he is PhD, psychologist, associate professor at Northwestern University, where they have done some, I want to say, groundbreaking research, because I have not really heard of postpartum depression in dads. It affects dads. Sad dads, baby blues, yes. Women more likely. 1 in 5 women can experience postpartum depression, but 1 in 10 men, and that's probably underreported, typically manifests in the first 3 to 6 months after a baby is born. Just eye-opening stuff from Dr. Fisher, and so good to have him on. Hey, we're out of time for this hour. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Governor Mark Gordon is seeking an extra $1 million to defend the fossil fuel industries and natural resources outside of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that state leaders are also exploring shipping up to 20 million tons of coal a year to Asian markets through a revived Oakland export terminal.
You have plenty of coal advocates in Wyoming to make them likely the majority. There is this fund that can move things along. At least they hope they will. And basically they had to talk about, could the state add some money to this fund? But really what the most interesting stuff that came out about it was the potential for a coal export facility in Oakland and the perceived demand by Japan and Taiwan for Wyoming's coal and natural gas.
Gordon's chief of staff, Drew Perkins, tells Cowboy State Daily the governor's proposed budget asks for $1 million to add to a $3 million fund provided to Wyoming through the Federal Natural Resources Policy account. A Burns man is dead after his pickup truck hit a stopped train Friday night on County Road 154 north of Interstate 80 east of Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke details the accident and says a local resident who captured the video at the scene described it as a pretty bad deal.
The arms were down on the intersection, and so were the lights were flashing, and the train was stopped on the track, and the car just plowed into it. And this is like the first time in at least 5 years in Wyoming that a fatality from a car being struck or hitting a train. So this is a pretty unusual occurrence.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office has identified the driver as 45-year-old John Balzuski, who was not wearing a seatbelt at the time of the accident. An investigation is underway to determine what led to the crash, including whether Balzuski drove into the train intentionally or accidentally. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
The weather is turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Bigfoot hunter says he's determined to continue his quest for the elusive creature, despite an FBI report releasing 50-year-old recently unsealed records. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Alan McGargle of Colorado says the released documents were disappointing, to say the least.
The FBI released a report from the 1970s that somebody sent in 15 hairs to have them tested, and they turned out to be deer hair. And this guy told me, he said, well, that's kind of boring and kind of a letdown. We heard the FBI was releasing something, and it turned out to be nothing. But, as far as he's concerned, the quest continues for Sasquatch.
McGargle tells Cowboy State Daily that he developed a passion for Bigfoot hunting after he and a friend were hiking in the New York State Adirondack Mountains and came across 2 broken trees blocking the trail. The thing was, the trees didn't appear to have been snapped off by wind or any other natural force. Governor Mark Gordon fielded questions on data centers on Monday when pitching his $11 billion budget to lawmakers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one Wyoming lawmaker called the line of questioning a political football.
Gordon was asked questions about data centers and energy diversification and courting Taiwan and Japan to potentially consume Wyoming's natural gas. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, on the other hand, ended up in a back and forth about his spats with Governor Mark Gordon regarding an exception request for publishing information about a ballot initiative. Senator Ogden Driscoll, a Republican from Devil's Tower, said, this would be easier to get behind if it wasn't such a political football.
The two officials on Monday presented different budget requests to the Legislative Joint Appropriations Committee, which is set to meet through half of December and half of January to craft a budget bill for the lawmaking session that opens February 9th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Into the Zoom room, into the discussion. The new starting shortstop for the San Diego Padres. We got to talk about San Diego. Look at Eric. He's like, are you a Padres fan?
Absolutely, 100%.
What happened? I do like the uniforms. I love San Diego's look.
You can't go wrong with the brown and gold.
No, I love it. Brown and gold, right? Maybe that's why I like it so much.
Absolutely, 100%.
And they rock the camo once in a while. I do like that about the Padres, but spoiler alert, Eric Quinney is a Padres fan. He's also chief administrative officer at Uinta Fire and Rescue. You responded the other day to that Interstate 80 wreck, the first of the season, and it won't be the last. Interstate 80. We're going to talk about driving, safety, and bad weather. But first, let's talk about that call. Came at 11:41. When was this? The other day? Just a couple days ago, Eric?
Yeah, Sunday morning. Obviously, first real snowstorm of the year hit our part of the state, and snow started coming down. Ice started building on the roadways, and problems started happening.
Let me ask you that. This is the it's stupid, but this is usually the number one question people have when they get on social media or they encounter a closed Interstate 80. The only thing they want to know is, did it have to be closed and why that long? So I want you to talk about that. Why Interstate 80? When a major deal like this happens, we're talking about 5 people transported to Evanston Regional. Occasionally there's air vac out of there. There's a lot going on, especially the potential for additional vehicles to join a pileup. You've got to shut down 2 lanes of highway, sometimes the other 2 lanes. Tell me what constitutes a shutdown in Interstate 80, where you just say, hey, we got to make this rescue scene safe. We got to shut it down in one direction, both directions, and why sometimes are they so long? This interstate was shut down from like noon to 7:30 for this accident.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, sometimes it just physically shuts itself down, right? When you have a 18-wheel truck laying on its side across both lanes of traffic, that physically shuts it down.
Yeah.
And so we don't have a choice about that. Other times it's debris related. And like you mentioned, safety is our number one priority for our responders. Unfortunately, not everybody drives attentively. And unfortunately, for our safety, we need to shut the interstate down so that we don't get ran over. And we've had several instances across the I-80 in the last several years where, responders and or tow truck drivers have been hit and killed because they've been working alongside of the road in these situations. In this particular situation, it was a mixture of a semi laying on the side of a road that needed to be offloaded before it could be uprighted. So when you're talking about manually unloading a semi truck on its side, that takes several hours. And in this particular situation on Sunday, we had multiple semi trucks involved, multiple vehicles that needed to be removed. And then it's just a sheer shake that we had 11, 12 miles of backup. And so that just takes hours just to get that cleared out and through the scene. So those situations, really necessitate or just cause problems. The sheer number of vehicles involved, and then just the backup. I-80 on a Thanksgiving Sunday backs up quick.
Oh yeah,
and that was a long backup, and took a long time to get not only the stuff removed, but then just traffic cleared up to where it was flowing smoothly again.
I'll bet one thing Eric Quinney is better at than you or I, and all first responders figure this out quick, is he knows where mile marker 52 is. In fact, he probably already knows as soon as he hears the call out, oh man, it's probably right between 52 and 53, between Lyman and Little America. There are problem spots on Interstate 80 where you kind of know, yeah, that's where it's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously between Evanston and Lyman, we have what we call the Three Sisters, right? Which is a series of hills that go up and down. Mile marker 51 is what we call the Church Buttes Hill. And if you really think about across the I-80, whether it's the Three Sisters, Elk Mountain, the Summit, all of the problem spots across the I-80 sometimes involve hills, inclines, people going uphill, downhill. And so those are certainly problematic areas, but I-80 in general, with Wyoming weather and the wind and the traffic, is a lot, and certainly something that people need to take seriously when traveling, not only in the wintertime, but all year round.
Yeah, let's talk about what can be contributing factors to an accident other than the weather. And the weather, the obvious, we'll talk about that. But the hills, obviously there's decreased visibility. You're going up a hill. You don't know what's on the downside of that hill. And especially in icy conditions, when your vehicle is working harder to get up a hill, the engine is working harder, you're kind of melting that roadway as you go up the hill. You'll notice those lanes, you're like, oh, this is smooth sailing. Coming down the hill, your engine presumably isn't working as hard, and all of a sudden that lane is icier than going up, and there's the accident down at the bottom of the hill. That causes many times, Eric, and I'm surprised this one wasn't worse. The hill caused a visibility thing. It caused people zooming up one side and then seeing too late trouble down below.
Yeah, I mean, certainly gravity also, plays into account when we're going downhill. It takes longer to stop. Then you add the ice on the roadway, and then visibility factors. This particular situation, on Sunday, people crested a hill. We had one problem, and then several problems happened because speed, right? That when we talk about number one contributing factor, I think in my 21 years with the fire department and in my previous years with the Wyoming Highway Patrol, I can probably count to speed as the number one contributing factor to these incidences. We're just driving too fast for the conditions, and when conditions are poor, you need to expect something. To be on the other side of that hill, you need to expect the ability to stop. So you need to increase your following distance, from the typical 2 seconds to 4 and 5 seconds to allow yourself time to speed. or to slow down and stop. But yeah, speed, number one contributing factor. If we all can slow down a little bit, that will help tremendously.
Absolutely. Eric Quinney is joining us this morning, Chief Administration Officer for Uinta Fire and Rescue. Where do you get dispatched out of? Because I saw in this story in the Cowboy State Daily, approximately the size of a wreck you can handle. Now, if it's just one truck turned over, a couple of cars that have collided, but so often on Interstate 80, it becomes a pileup because people can't stop stopping. They can't stop ramming into the wreck. And it gets to the point where, your call out, now we got to get help from where? Green River? I mean, what can you handle? How big of a thing? And I think, are you Bridger Valley Fire Department? Like, what can they handle, and when do you have to call in folks elsewhere, Lyman and Little America and wherever, Evanston, Green River? That's pretty far, but you had to call them in on a big wreck.
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular so Uinta County, we have ambulances stationed in Evanston and the Bridger Valley, which compromises Lyman, Mountain View, and Fort Bridger. This 51 is out on the east side of the county. So Bridger Valley responded with all 3 ambulances that we have in the Bridger Valley. And like I said, we transported 5 patients. Typically, 2 patients is our max per ambulance. If we have minor injuries, we can get more in there. We have another additional 5 ambulances over in Evanston, which, Evanston's located, mile marker 6. 3 to 6, so 45 miles away. If we would have needed more ambulances, Green River, milepost 90, so that's another 40-ish miles away the other way. So Kimmer, if we needed to, we know one thing about it is on I-80 we all help each other. This particular thing on Sunday, gratefully, we only had 5 patients. And one of the things about crashes in the wintertime, when it's snowing, that takes away our ability to use air medical. We have no ability to use air medical when it's snowing. And so that forces us to keep to the ground and longer transport times. And that makes a difference for patients that may be critical, unfortunately. But, helicopters can't fly when it's snowing.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. I also didn't realize just what a soft spot you're in on I-80, 40 minutes with lights flashing and hammer down from Evanston and Green River on either side. Yeah, that anything that goes down right there in the middle, like Lyman, Little America area, that is a quiet section of the interstate, at least for infrastructure, right?
Absolutely, because our nearest hospital is in Evanston or Rock Springs.
Wow.
So, when you're talking milepost, something happened at milepost 50, you're 50 miles to Rock Springs to the hospital. You're, 45 miles back to Evanston to the hospital. And so there's many of those spots across I-80 when you have, which is why it's even more important to drive safe. Know before you go, right? Like if you can alter travel plans, because of the weather. I happened to be down in St. George, Utah for the Thanksgiving weekend, and I saw the forecast for Sunday, and I came home Saturday night, a day early, just because why travel in bad weather if I don't have to?
Yeah.
So know before. There's lots of opportunities for people to look on the internet, yoroad.info, the 511 app. There's Facebook groups out there that are real time. A guy named Terry Butler on Wyoming Road Condition Facebook group does a great job of giving real time information. We got great opportunities to know before we go. And so if we could alter our travel plans and not even be out on the highway during bad weather, that's our number one goal. And then number 2, have good tires, good equipment on our vehicles. That's another thing besides speed is people run tires down to almost bald. And that creates problem with not having traction. And then, make sure that you're prepared. Have your vehicle full of gas. You might think that you can make it to the next town, but if you're going to drop below a half a tank before you get to the next town, there's 100 miles between towns on I-80 a lot of times. And so keep gas tank full, keep some snacks, keep blankets, keep emergency supplies, because you never know what you might encounter. Like people going home on Sunday for Thanksgiving sat unexpectedly for 6-7 hours on the interstate. And if they weren't prepared, certainly could run into problems.
Eric Quinney with some good pieces of advice. Your pre-game plan should be, that's on you as a motorist. It's not only when you click on cruise control at 80 miles an hour are you making perhaps a unwise decision. Way before that, when do you go? When do you travel? Find out. Check the weather forecast. Make sure you're on good equipment. And do the best you can to make sure you're not the problem. Eric, I had one more question I just thought of while I was talking to you. What do emergency responders do when the traffic's all backed up? There's a big old wreck and you're trying to get to the scene. Obviously, you drive in the shoulder of the road. You may even have to use the oncoming and shut that down. Like, how do you get there to the middle of the wreck when it is a mess?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of times we're driving on the shoulders. We're trying to get people to move kind of towards the center of the road. If it's completely blocked, we're able to come opposite direction, from a previous exit or use a crossover. But certainly there's certain areas that are more bottlenecked. Where like milepost 51, the westbound lanes are separated from the eastbound lanes by probably a half mile. In between is a big gap. They're going down kind of a ravine, so we can't access the westbound lanes by using the eastbound lanes. So, it's very problematic. We saw that, last year when they had the tunnel incident in Green River. Access is a huge issue a lot of times. And so, man, if we could work to avoid these incidences, it helps, obviously responders from having to get there. But, sometimes very difficult.
Yeah, if you see Eric Quinney or anybody else with Uinta Fire and Rescue, you might be having a bad day. Try to avoid that. See Eric somewhere out on a basketball court, football field. You do some officiating, right? I've been internet stalking you, Eric.
Absolutely.
I love you do that.
High school basketball, football, girls softball, and then some baseball in the summertime. I certainly love being involved in high school sports. And hey, if anyone's listening out there and you want to be a referee, WHSAA.org and sign up. We need help.
Yeah, we need more of them. Definitely. Hey, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you coming on. Stay safe.
You betcha. Anytime.
Eric Quinney joins us, Cowboy State Daily Show. And we'll excuse the fact that he's a Padres fan because he does fishing now. I do love the look of the Padres. They look cool. Eric, I'm going to bounce you out the room because I got to get Don Day, our guy, in here. Do I want to report Eric? No, he didn't do anything wrong. And I want, let's get Don Day rolling in. We got to do a weather forecast. So hopefully, we'll keep you informed. Don, we just had Eric Quinney on. There was a big wreck on I-80 Sunday. It won't be the last one this year. And he was talking about things you can do ahead of time. Make sure you're on good tires. And most importantly, check the day weather forecast. You do a special travel forecast, by the way. Check out Don Day's dayweather.com, Day Weather Podcast, where you can also see a special. Have you always been doing that, Don? I don't remember that. A travel.
This is something new that we started this winter. We release these around 3 p.m. Mountain Time each day, and it's a regional travel outlook. Basically, it hits the interstates of Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, into Nebraska, up into Montana. So it's a good way to get an outlook for the next 48 hours of traveling. And we kind of break the roads down into sections. And it would have really been beneficial for some folks to see that because that Sunday system was sneaky. It was something that it wasn't a lot of snow. And this is something to remember, especially after it's been warm like we were in November. That first snow that falls on that warm pavement melts. Then that Arctic air comes in and it freezes it up. And it's just deceptively icy. And with all the people traveling on Sunday, it's just it's hard to predict accidents.
Yeah.
It's easier to predict the weather sometimes. But sometimes an inch of snow and really cold temperatures is twice as bad as 6 inches of snow.
Yes, because in my experience, what it could be an accident causer is not so much the weather. Yes, the weather, but mid-January, we're all not only used to it, but we all got to go the same speed. It's all snowy. It's all icy. It's the 50-50, the changing weather conditions.
Yeah.
Where 1 minute, a couple of miles, you're dry pavement, everything's great. And then, the sun goes down, or you hit a stretch where the wind has blown across. Changing conditions where it's good, then it's bad. That will get you.
Yeah. Dry pavement to black ice is a big problem, especially with bridges.
Yeah.
A lot of Wyoming's interstates, 80 and 25 and 90, when you cross a bridge, you got to remember that the air goes under that bridge. So it may be above freezing before that bridge and after the bridge, but that pavement is cooled by the air going under it. And then you hit a patch of ice, you're on dry road, then you go across the bridge and either the bridge is icy or there's a little patch of ice after it. And then, you're doing 80, then all of a sudden you're spinning. And that's why I always tell people in winter driving, if you can make your travels between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., you avoid a lot of that black ice because it'll warm up a lot of times during the day to make roads a bit wet. But then as soon as you get into those mornings and late afternoon and evenings with that low sun angle, those roads ice up really, really fast. And a lot of times people will say, well, how much snow? And they equate with a heavier amount of snow being a big travel problem, which is true. But a lot of times people will say, oh, it's only going to be a dusting or just an inch.
Yeah.
Well, be wary of that too.
Yeah. I mean, it only takes 1 inch blowing sideways. And even if it's not snowing, technically, it's snowing sideways.
Yeah, then there's our blowing snow.
Right.
Once we get a few more bigger storms, then
Yeah.
Wyoming is great at we are very good at sustainable snow, which means we'll blow it back and forth across the road 1,000 times.
Wyoming's like a snow globe. The snow can't get out. It stays right in the globe and it's always shaking. Oh, man. Don, explain to me. We got to get Gail Symons on here. Explain to me and then hit the forecast. Let's start with the idea that Wyoming's a big state. 5 inches of snow today in Alpine, and in Torrington, they're wearing shirt sleeves. What?
Well, I wouldn't call it shirt sleeves.
I exaggerate, of course.
You exaggerated, yeah. So we've got a lot of Pacific moisture that's going to be coming in waves in western Wyoming, and we're going to see this. We're going to see a little bit of snow later today and tonight across most of the state, but it's going to favor the southwest, the south, and the far west. And then you and I talked about this yesterday. Once we get into late Thursday through the weekend, it's just going to be a snow machine in the mountains, especially Wyoming's western mountains, as these Pacific waves come through. But it's not necessarily a good way to make it snow on the plains. Thing to remember is what makes it really snow a lot in the mountains does not make it snow a lot on the plains and vice versa.
Yeah, I saw it seems to be just these little pulses. I saw a radar of what it's doing way out. Like it's just going to be like one little thing after another, just sort of an annoyance snowfall, not necessarily the big dump yet, but we're getting there. Ski resorts, hang on. Hey, Don, thanks a lot, man.
Bye-bye.
Have a great Tuesday. We got to take a break. Gail's coming.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer's fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Hey, big thanks to Eric Quinney for popping on, the Chief Administration Officer for Uinta Fire and Rescue. They were one of the first on the scene at the Interstate 80 smash up on Sunday. It was bad, but it could have been worse. No fatalities, injuries relatively minor, and a lot of cleanup. The Interstate 80, at least in that one direction, closed for more than 7.5 hours. Yeah, Interstate 80, it is a challenge all winter long. And big thanks to Eric for being one of those first responders on scene whenever it goes down. Let's talk to Gail Symons, find out when's the last time she's been driving Interstate 80 in the winter. Gail, we were just talking about the gauntlet that I-80 is in winter.
Driving. I kind of miss the days that I was stationed in Hawaii.
Ooh.
And winter's usually every one of them.
Yeah. Man, I could get down with that. I'm stationed in Hawaii. Yeah, that sounds good. Interstate 80 is no fun, even in summer. If there is a summer. Elk Mountain, Elk Mountain's never seen a summer. We're going to talk to Gail about her column. I love it. A couple of columns. The latest, by the way, I just love. And I'm going to hit a few sentences that really struck me. But here's my take on it. And then Gail's going to tell us exactly what she was thinking when she wrote it. But here's my takeaway. You talked about Governor Mark Gordon, Governor Spencer Cox, in particular, playing nice in the sandbox. That doesn't happen anymore in national politics. My goodness, Congress is they're just throwing darts at each other. The darts being bullet points, quotes. Oh, here's a great soundbite that attacks those guys. Man, there's just nothing cooperative about politics except when you go to the great American West. And you look at states like Wyoming, they're doing government and politics like you should. They're trying to help their people.
Yeah.
What did you must have went to what was it that Gordon and
it was the Governor's Business Forum that's put on by the Wyoming Business Alliance.
Yeah.
It is always it's always sold out.
Yeah.
It's like 400, 500 people, all different kinds of panels and discussions. It's the best money I spend all year. Just the variety of people that come on. And the panel that was the two governors, and then my brain's dead, but the EPA person here who's actually from Sheridan was the moderator. And it was so good. It was conversational. They put a lot of information out. The the column before this one was about the energy, the all of the above, and most importantly, the fact that the Mountain West governors, which apparently is the only regional governors group that is very active, are working together across party lines. So whether it's these two, Idaho, Colorado, New Mexico, talking about working together to come up with a regional set of policies around the things that matter to all of us. And one of those was around energy. And I remember from that week, one of the things that really struck me was when Governor Gordon had said, even the blue state governors realize that they have a real need for energy production that helps keep the energy availability steady and abundant, because it keeps prices low. And the people, when the prices go up, the folks that are hit the hardest are the elderly and the poor. And so, regardless of whether you put a premium on business or you put a premium on the elderly and poor, everybody needs energy, and we need to have an abundance of it, and we need to have a good policy. And then they kind of morphed in, or it was kind of woven in, this idea of that collaboration. That I really enjoyed the point that was made that when you put all these states together, this region has more geography and more economic power than either Texas or Louisiana, which are the two that are thought of in terms of energy. So working together across state lines for the benefit of all of us was just this theme that went through that. And then when Governor Cox was talking about an abundance mentality and this idea that not only to disagree better, but that 20 years ago or 30 years ago, kind of at the heart of the regulation that we saw in the energy was this belief that there was a finite resource and we're going to run out of it. If we don't clamp down, we're going to run out of it. And the point that he made, and he gave an example that I think I referenced.
I love that.
An example.
Yeah, the piano doesn't play itself, and a rock holds its secrets until the human element comes in and unlocks those and create. Yeah, I love that.
Exactly. Gail. So they did this, these projections that went out that completely left out the most critical element, which is the initiative and that human beings have. And so the whole idea of carbon recapture and innovating our way to using less to provide more, we still have to figure that out for water. That's the biggest challenge that all of us have. But just this belief in the human spirit, which I think is key to the pioneering attitude, right? They came here 100, 150 years ago, however long it's been. And these were people that weren't afraid. They didn't have a mentality that there's not enough. They came and saw the potential and said, we want to I don't want to use the word exploit, but we want to take advantage of that potential, but we also want to have it available for the generations coming. So when I hear legislators talk about how we don't want growth, somebody at the column made the point that there's either growth or there is what's the word? There is loss, or we become stagnant. There's no homeostasis. So if we choose to not grow, we're choosing to die. And that's a particular concern of mine. You know, we do amazing things when we unleash, like, what can we do together? And I love that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Kind of like the shark. If you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards. There is no status quo. You can't just float. You can't. Yeah, good point, Gail. I want to also, man, we can't say enough about the Mountain West governors and how they're cooperating and the positivity that leads to productivity that came out of the business forum that comes out whenever Mountain West leaders get together. Governor Gordon, Governor Spencer, Cox, they don't have all common interests. Utah's got some different things. Wyoming's got different things, but they found common ground, whether it's nuclear compacts, wildlife crossings, keeping kids in their rural communities so they don't run away after graduation. They found their commonalities and they got to work on it. Maybe that's because you suggest that these two governors, anyway, both grew up and come up in a small town, rural, Western environment, and that's where they find their commonality.
Yeah, I think so, and it's I hadn't even really looked into this disagree better, but I got a wonderful email from that organization thanking me for the column and sending me some additional information. And they have 4 honorary chairs, so it's these two plus Wes Moore from Maryland and Jared Polis from Colorado. And I had seen something that was a discussion between Polis and Gordon before. And when we actively look for solutions, when we actively are seeking to find common ground, and for me, when I try to make a distinction between civics and politics, to me, civics is about the community. What are the things that we need to work on? So we may disagree on what the best solution is. And when we talk about who is involved, that becomes politics, or what the right answer is. We start going into politics. But it's civics when we're talking about what is it that we need to solve. And the old 80-20, right? As the former Senator Mike Enzi used to talk about that. And he kind of made his way through the jungle that is DC by having that be the way he dealt with people. We're going to find the things that we can agree on. So, you know, when you know, I'm really concerned about our next legislative session. The lack of I don't know, of the way in which the legislators, some of the legislators were talking to each other and the language that they use. I still remember one legislator standing up and literally sounding like a grade schooler saying, "I don't like the way he's looking at me." Like, really?
Yeah.
We need to do better in the public space, and we need to do better at electing people who are determined to come up with solutions, not to just be in a grade school playground.
We're talking with columnist, Cowboy State Daily columnist Gail Symons. For her latest column is wondering whether or not big national politics is seeping into Wyoming's local politics, including what Gail just mentioned, the way that we behave down there in Cheyenne once a year. Are we seeing performers who are more interested in punishing their enemies, or are we seeing true politicians that are concerned about civics more than today's politics? Food for thought. We just have another quick minute. I wanted to also talk about your energy issues, data centers, nuclear, because my takeaway from this column, Gail, is fantastic. For decades, Wyoming owned energy and still does, but the way we did it, the model is maybe a little dated and dusty. For decades, the model was simple. Dig it up, ship it out, collect the check, and then watch our great minds, our kids, go away to other places. We have a unique opportunity with this data center and the data center's need for energy, however you want to produce it, a unique opportunity to reinvent the way we do energy in Wyoming. And let's get it right. And let's start on it now.
Well, and that's that scarcity mindset again, that is hampering the opportunities we have with nuclear energy. I'm just sick about the company that said, thanks, Wyoming, but we hear you loud and clear, you don't want it. So they went to Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
That compact is huge. And they brought that up as well. So Wyoming has the only new build of a nuclear energy processing, production plant since 1975 in the whole country. But the processing of yellow cake, of taking the uranium, which we have in Wyoming, and processing it in Utah, and then sending it back for the energy. And then the point was made that in those years since 75, we've lost the knowledge. And the only place it exists is in Idaho because of the Navy nuclear energy. So we're really well poised to take advantage of that. And then there's geothermal and creating that in areas where it hasn't been before. That's amazing. There's some other, they call it blue energy, and I'm going to forget what it is that they're working on. But there's all these possibilities. And then this idea of kind of closed systems. So having energy stores underground, and then having that closed loop, so we use the energy and put it back and regenerate more. That's just amazing. And the fear about using of being storage for spent fuels. Well, it's really not completely spent. So again, just like we've learned to do carbon recapture, we can use nuclear recapture and stop having these fear-based. I don't mean ignoring the risk. I mean being really thoughtful and innovative about it.
Yes, and human innovation, maybe something that has not yet been revealed to us, could solve some of these so-called hurdles to doing things that, the no club wants to say no, because we may fix that. Gail, you're making good sense. You're talking truth into the show. I think you should get down there and run for something. I'll be your campaign manager, but I wouldn't want to waste that on you.
Now I'm just going to get people to get out and vote.
Yeah, I hear you. Gail, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. And we're hopeful on the budget session coming up, but we are concerned about things we're seeing. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Have a great Tuesday.
You too. Bye-bye.
Gail Symons of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Jackie Dorothy will be here moments from now.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Here she is. Jackie Dorothy joins us on this Tuesday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Jackie, I want to talk about the Shoshone dancers. I saw them at the parade. I had goosebumps.
Oh, that's awesome. It was just such a fantastic opportunity to showcase not just the dancers, but the generations. I mean, what a perfect example of Wyoming.
Totally. They were so good. I felt such... like a hometown affinity. I was cheering for him. I love the whole parade in general, and I can't find anybody else who saw it. Did you watch the parade on NBC?
Only sections, I confess.
Right.
We'll watch the Rose Bowl parade and New Year's Eve.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm getting. Some people say, oh, I sometimes forget about it, or I just have it on in the background. I don't really pay attention.
I got to tell you why I decided to do this story and what made me reach out.
Yeah.
Is that I had friends here in Thermopolis who were actually babysitting their dog, and they had gone to New York City. And she said, hey, Jackie, are these the people you were talking to? Because I had seen that George was going to be there with his family. And I was like, hey, keep an eye out for him. She sent me a picture. So I reached out to George, and one thing led to another. But so we might not have seen it in person, but there were people in Wyoming that were able to be there and see our showcase of our culture there.
Nathaniel Austin Brown is the little kid you saw, a 6-year-old tribal member, and grandfather George Abeda. Is that how you say his name?
Yes.
Yeah, so cool. Man, what a great story, Jackie. And I love that stuff. And I watched the parade beginning to end. And I think it was before I noticed your story. So it was a surprise to see. And I'm like, oh, like I was just, oh man, I was so excited. Right up there with, Huntrix. I really wanted to see the Demon Hunter. I wanted to see Debbie Gibson sing Busta Rhymes. Like there was so much. And then Santa at the end. I mean, Macy's Day Parade. But that was the highlight for me because that was homegrown. That was so cool. What else? Are we going to have George? Can you get George on the show?
He said he would be honored to be on your show, Jay.
Yes. No.
That was his words. He'd be honored.
I am not worthy. We'll spend the first 5 minutes telling each other, I'm like, I really shouldn't be here. You're slumming it hanging out with me. Wow. That is so cool.
I've known George for years, and he's a great school teacher for our kids and great father, grandfather, and just an all-around great guy and a fantastic powwow dancer. He's a fancy feather dancer.
Yeah, I watched them. Now, I don't know enough. I need to learn more about the dance. Obviously, there's different dances for different occasions. I love it. I love dancing in general. I'm a DJ. I like when people are moving, the music. I love the dancing. It is just so cool, so traditional. They hang on to that. I would like to know, and we'll ask George when he's on, but his impressions of New York City. I mean, What did he think? Did he
said it was a big Vegas and there was food on every corner.
That about sums it up.
Food. He made me jealous. I want to go to the Big Apple now.
That about there is energy. It is like a bigger Vegas with food everywhere. That's pretty spot on. Yeah. He didn't. Did he try to buy Manhattan back while he was there?
He's Shoshone, so he's from Wyoming. They've been here at least maybe even 10,000 years.
Oh, man. It is so cool. I can't wait. Yeah, that was a real thrill to see. If you want to catch up on what we're talking about, Wyoming Shoshone dancers showcase culture in Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, all the way from Wyoming to the big island, I guess. The New York City area, right down Broadway, as it were. That was fun to see. How about Marion Hageman? I didn't know Harriet. Harriet's got some good genes in the family. 102-year-old Marion Hageman.
What an amazing woman. And to sum it up, a legacy of love. I mean, everything from the 40 foster kids that she brought into her home to her artwork, her illustrations. You need to check those out. They're just so cool. They're that simplistic. Is the way Harriet described it was they're very simple, but they're very, you know what they are. So you know her mom has talent. And it's just an incredible woman. And 102 years old. I want to be like that. That's what I strive to be. She's still drawing, still active, still clear-minded.
She has such a great look. My goodness, 102. Where does she live right now? If I wanted to find her right now today, where is she?
Torrington.
Over there, practically Nebraska. Right? Am I thinking of the right? Torrington's way over there near the border, right?
Torrington is right there. Close to Cheyenne, so
I'm looking
close as relative as Wyoming can be.
Yeah. Interesting.
I always think of things as it's 5 hours away. It's this not miles.
Well, the next time I speak with Congresswoman Hageman, which should be, I get her third Thursdays of the month, so it'll be a while, but I got to make sure I mention.
Yes, ask her about her mom, because just an incredible story. Marion started off, she was born in Minnesota. Her aunt was a superintendent of instruction, so she went into the teaching profession. Was teaching at a one-room schoolhouse in Montana with her sister, actually. Her sister ended up moving over. And then laws changed, and her sister could no longer teach because you had to have a 4-year degree. So they decided to go to Wyoming, where Marion was getting her master's. This is in the 1950s, and she was working on her master's in education when she met a rancher. You know how those go.
Mm-hmm. Well, Harriet would describe Mom as a free spirit, and Mom describes herself as somebody who just can't keep her fingers off crayons. Maybe that's the secret to longevity, right? Pick up a crayon today. Interesting.
Exactly. Just a great all-around story. It was wonderful to be able to showcase Marion. What a legacy she's given us.
Yeah.
And still giving us.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, thanks, Jackie. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You have a great Tuesday. I'll see you Thursday, yeah?
Sounds good.
We got more stories of yours to talk about Thursday. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Cowboy State Daily, Jackie Dorothy. Find out, meet more, learn more about Marion Hageman, 102-year-old rancher, teacher, artist, foster mom to 40 kids. Marion's done it all. Been there, done that. Wearing the T-shirt in Torrington. And the Macy's Day Parade. Man, that was fun. I loved it. And I saw, by surprise, I guess I should have read Jackie's story, but Jackie Dorothy's story came out after the parade, right? I want to say it came out the 28th, and the parade was the 20. Yeah, so I couldn't have known, but it was the best way to learn of the Shoshone dancers, and I watched them. I was so proud of them. Wyoming's Wind River Indian Reservation Shoshone, Georgia Betta, and 6-year-old grandson were among many dancing in full regalia, and it was so cool. New York City, all the better for it. That was just last Thursday, and it was exciting to see. Did you watch the parade? No. Am I the only one that saw that parade? I thought it was fantastic. I loved it. Huntrix did their song, like the real singers of Demon Hunters. They did Golden. They did it great. I was impressed with how well the performers did, realizing they really didn't have a rehearsal the night before when everybody is supposed to rehearse their show. It was pouring rain. So for Huntrix, the singers of Huntrix, and for everybody else, they really didn't get a chance to walk through what their performance was going to look like when they got up to the grandstand part of the parade. And it went off without a hit. I thought every performance was great and a fantastic parade. None greater than Native Pride Productions' Shoshone Dancers, direct from Wyoming, right there in New York City, which Georgia Beta described as just a big Vegas with lots of food. That's about right. Time for news. Cowboy State Daily Show rolls on right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Governor Mark Gordon fielded questions on data centers Monday when pitching his $11 billion budget to lawmakers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one Wyoming lawmaker called the line of questioning a political football.
Gordon was asked questions about data centers and energy diversification and courting Taiwan and Japan to potentially consume Wyoming's natural gas. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, on the other hand, ended up in a back and forth about his spats with Governor Mark Gordon. Senator Ogden Driscoll, a Republican from Devil's Tower, said, this would be easier to get behind if it wasn't such a political football.
The two officials on Monday presented different budget requests to the Legislative Joint Appropriations Committee, which is set to meet through half of December and half of January to craft a budget bill for the lawmaking session that opens February 9th. A 55-year-old Gillette woman is fighting for her life in a Denver burn unit following an early morning house fire on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Tammy Jo Schaefer suffered burns all over her body trying to put out the blaze with a towel.
We're not sure exactly how a fire started, but at 5 a.m. on Sunday morning, she was calling 911 because there was a fire in her home in Gillette. And when firefighters and first responders got there, she had been burned herself. Apparently, she had tried to put out the fire with a towel, according to her daughter that I talked to, and then the towel caught her on fire. And so she suffered severe burns. She was flown from Gillette Hospital to Denver, suffering burns on 21% of her body. And complicating things is she had a heart issue and COPD. She's in an intensive care on a ventilator and fighting for her life right now.
Campbell County Fire Department Battalion Chief Doug Rigsby told Cowboy State Daily that the cause of the fire is still under investigation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Snowy weather caused havoc on I-80 over the weekend as semi-trucks and other vehicles were involved in a series of collisions in western Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that motorists were stuck on the highway for hours.
first incident occurred around 11:30 when the semi lost control going downhill westbound on I-80, flipped over on its side. And other incidents happened after that. We're fortunate that the worst thing that happened as a result of that, other than the damage to the vehicles, was a broken arm. That was the worst of the 5 injuries reported.
Wyoming Highway Patrol reminds drivers that with winter weather upon us, road conditions can quickly deteriorate, leading to black ice and dangerous driving conditions. Wyoming U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman co-signed a letter on Monday to the FBI seeking statistics on crimes on tribal lands. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that Representative Hageman says the Biden administration's immigration policies led to the Native Americans being exploited and victimized by drug cartels.
Obviously, illegal immigration was a huge problem under the Biden administration. Millions of undocumented people, including many people involved in drug trafficking. So illegal immigration is definitely at the root of this. She believes that these cartels are transnational, as she puts it, and are just exploiting the vulnerabilities of indigenous people and also taking advantage of the quilt work of law enforcement that takes place on tribal lands.
The letter was signed by Hageman and U.S. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, the Judiciary Panel's chairman. No specific Native tribes are named in the letter. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Long-time listener, first-time caller, Jimmy checks in. I'm just kidding. That's what they always say on the talk shows, right? Long-time listener, first-time caller. First-time listener, new follower here. Jimmy checks in, just transplanted to Casper. Welcome, Jimmy. We got more room on the bandwagon. Jump on. Plenty of room. Adding new listeners every day across the state, syndicated on radio stations across the state. Where are we? Let me give them, let's give our stations a shout out again. Oh, I lost it. I've misplaced it. Somewhere I had all the stations that were on, and now I can't find it. If you hear us, well, then that's where we are. We're also on X Live, Facebook Live, on the CowboyStateDaily.com homepage live. Also, you can run it back on any of those. YouTube, we got our own YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. Almost 22,000 YouTube subscribers. Well over 185,000 Facebook followers, 100,000 get the newsletter. I mean, if you're not in this club, man, you're missing out. We need you. Get on board. Get on or get out the way, as this train is rolling. Mark Hines pops in. You know Mark Hines is on board, I'm pretty sure. Let's find out. Mark Hines, can we call you one of the YouTube channel followers? Have you subscribed and all that stuff?
No, I watch a lot of YouTube, but
Subscribe to what?
Cowboy State Daily. Get on board, man. Yeah, in case I have to send a message out. First, I'm going to sell your email to.
Okay, sure.
Let's see. Who do I'm constantly getting. I forget who is the worst offender, but the spam machine. Oh my goodness. I get so many emails from something I clicked, I'm sure.
Yep.
Perhaps Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Oh my goodness, might not be real.
We don't know yet.
We don't, we're not.
We know that the one hair sample turned out to be a dud, but
okay. So this Bigfoot follower, Colorado naturalist, this guy he thinks he's seen Bigfoot, believes in Bigfoot, wants to find Bigfoot. He submitted a hair sample.
No, this guy didn't do it.
Okay.
This hair sample dates all the way. This is that FBI file that was released late last month. It was from 76. Somebody submitted a hair sample to the feds in 1976, and it turned out to be deer hair. Yeah.
One moment.
Yeah.
By the way, just so happens I'm checking out the it should be this day that you come out with a story regarding Bigfoot. Bigfoot hunter won't quit after FBI says evidence is just deer hair. Same day, I'm checking this out from the Bigfoot Field Research Organization. It's real, BFRO. They have Bigfoot sightings in Wyoming by county. Care to guess what county has the most Bigfoot sightings?
I'd have to say probably Park County. Either Park or Teton.
You're dead on. Park County with 9 by far leads the pack. Last sighting in 2010. Lincoln has 4. Carbon and Teton County both come in with 3 total Bigfoot sightings. Uinta with 2, and everybody else is tied with 1. You nailed that, Mark. You really do get out there. You really are the wildlife.
I haven't seen Bigfoot yet, though.
Oh, yeah, you're not getting out there that much. Did you draw a Bigfoot tag this year?
No.
That's the thing. The out-of-state Bigfoot tag, if you need to ask how much, you can't afford it.
You can't afford it.
Although I'm sure Game and Fish is more than happy to take your money if you want a Bigfoot tag.
Sure.
But they can't guarantee success.
I've heard there was a real, I think it might have been in the early 2000s. I've heard there was a real wild encounter somebody had near Du Bois with the Sasquatch, supposedly.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard that story, but yeah.
No, but I mean, Du Bois is the kind of place. I mean,
where Sasquatch would show up. Yeah.
Dude, you go now north and south of Du Bois, and immediately you are in wild country, man. All kinds of critters.
Supposedly this was out in the Badlands.
That'd be different on the way to Riverton.
Supposedly they ran into a Sasquatch out in the Badlands, but
interesting.
I've been trying to track the people down to talk to them, but I think they've since moved to Salt Lake City. I don't know.
Okay.
If they're within the sound of my voice, shoot me an email.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about your Bigfoot encounter in the Du Bois Badlands.
Yes. Let's. I had a master plumber scheduled for yesterday, but I bet he didn't come on because I bet he was plumbing.
He was probably booked. He was probably busy.
Totally. And I don't blame him. We were looking for what's his name. He runs that Powell outfit.
That's
5-star rating.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I think I know who you're talking about, though.
But we're talking about Brown Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, and really that whole weekend. Like, if you need a plumber, stand in line, right? It is Brown Friday.
Yeah. And it's, at least according to the guys I talked to, they said that it's from people pouring all their grease down the drain causes the most problem.
Yeah. I thought it was.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I thought it was because Grandpa's been in the bathroom for 45 minutes.
That happens too, but But the big one is people pouring all their turkey grease down the drain and thinking it's not going to congeal, but it does. It causes all sorts of problems. So yeah.
How about that 12-year-old Casey? She's a little Annie Oakley. What a sharpshooter.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool story. I mean,
600-yard shot mark. Woo!
Yeah. That's out in these parts that's not unheard of. I think 400 is the furthest I've ever shot anything, but yeah, that's a stretch.
That's throwing lead a long way.
Yeah,
Casey,
but that's not that. Yeah, it's not like hunting back east where they might get 100-yard shot. But
dude, we heard about that group that helicoptered into public land because they couldn't get to because the private. Well, with Casey, she's not going to hire a helicopter. She'll just simply take the long shot, man. She from public corner crossing with her bullet. I don't know. But that's it's in the family, right? Her dad is
her dad's a gunsmith, so they
had a girl.
They got those rifles dialed in, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'll say, I mean, you think of all the fun stuff ends when you pull the trigger, and you think about the pack out for Casey. Just the walk to the downed animal is an all day venture. She's got to hike like a half a mile to get to where she shot that. Good for her.
Yeah.
That's a really nice story. I don't understand what's going on with critics of the bill co-sponsored by Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso say could turn wilderness areas into, peep shows, surveillance zones. What are they? I mean, the idea is we want to keep an eye potentially on immigration, on border control, and
on border control, in anything within 100 miles of the border. So there's a fair amount of wild land along the southern border, but you get to the northern border and pretty much from coast to coast, there's wilderness and national forest, and I kind of centered on Montana, that country up there, the High Line. A lot of people might be. I've spent a bit of time up there, growing up in Butte. We used to hunt up on the High Line quite a bit, so places I'm familiar with, and then of course you get over towards Glacier, you've got some really wild country there. And there's just concern that. If they just start putting more infrastructure in their guard towers and such, roads, building new roads and things like that. And then some people don't really like the idea of more surveillance when they're trying to get into the backcountry and get away from it. But, Barrasso for his part, he said, I'm co-sponsoring this bill because it would actually keep, from his point of view, it would increase national security and also keep people from trashing those places. He did point out that, a lot of the land along the southern border has really been hammered really hard by all the activity down there. So, that's his argument. We don't want that to happen on the northern border too. So, those are the two opposing views of that particular piece of legislation. And it's Mike Lee who got, the Utah senator got himself in hot water over the summer. He was the one that was proposing selling public lands for housing.
Yeah.
And boy, people really reacted strongly to that, mostly negative, almost universally negative to that. And this seems to be also garnering quite a bit of negative pushback.
Your story on Samantha Strabel, you may know her as Sam Jones. She's the online influencer, outdoors person. I was first introduced to her by Cowboy State Daily and stories that showed her doing outdoor stuff, hunting and things like that. And we're like, she was easy to cheer for, a woman doing stuff that guys like to do. But man, she just cannot stay out of trouble lately. She's
she's been
picking up the baby wombat in Australia.
Yeah.
Now we find out she's in-state Wyoming tags, and does she even live here?
Yeah, that's the allegation. Those are what the charges are based upon, those allegations that she was dishonest about her residency and then still procured numerous resident tags and killed a few animals on some of those tags. So yeah, it's those are serious charges. We'll see. It's not for us to decide whether she's guilty, but you're right. She she's been in the news probably in ways that maybe she didn't, wasn't trying to be. But yeah, that thing with the wombat, that was crazy. Even the Australian prime minister went on the record.
When you had the prime minister telling you, with the wrist slap.
Apparently they're sensitive about their wombats down there in Australia. They don't want people messing with their wombats. So.
Yeah.
And then,
and one final story. Actually, I did also want to give you a big thanks to turning us on to Kim Titchener, who jumped on the show the other day to talk about all things bear. Yeah. She was so good, so informative and fun. The incident wasn't fun. That's that grizzly that.
No, that was
the rogue grizzly that attacked us.
Yeah, they're still trying. They're still trying to figure out what happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
whether weird.
That was definitely a rare instance, and all the, all the bear experts, that I talked to said that, that's pretty darn rare for a bear to go after a whole group of people like that. But it might have just been a close, they just speculation still at this point. It might have been a close range encounter, and the kids panicked, and that set the bear off. They're still not quite sure what happened. But yeah, no. Yeah, Kim is she's really plugged in the whole worldwide bear network. There's a worldwide bear network out there. Once we talked to Frank Van Manen before, and he knows people in Europe, and he's actually been to Japan and helped study their bears over there. And then I guess a fascinating subject I'd like to delve into. I guess they've got quite a few bears in Italy now.
Oh wow.
Yeah. You don't places we might not think that there's bears. There's bears. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Brown bears too, grizzlies. Yeah.
Yeah. Kim's really good at, particularly bear conflict with humans, how to avoid it, how to mitigate it, how to, keep that from happening. Because
they have been busy in British Columbia. I mean, that attack on that group of school kids, that was just one of many that they've had up there.
Oh,
they've had a lot of run-ins with bears, and BC's been a hot spot this year. I haven't heard much going on around, here in Wyoming, but there's been a lot happening in BC. So, maybe stay out of British Columbia for a while, Jake.
Good idea.
The bears up there are cranky.
The Canadians don't much like us lately either, ever since Trump got it. I did Kim's greatest. I asked her, what's the difference between, our grizzly and a Canadian grizzly? And she said, well, the Canadian grizzly, when it mauls you, apologizes after. That is so good. Me, man.
That's funny.
I'm worried about the Whiskey Mountain Bighorn herd. This is an iconic herd. This is the heart and soul of the Bighorns, man. The Whiskey Mountain. And what's the population doing? They're down.
They're kind of holding steady.
Okay.
They're a fraction of what they used to be during their glory days, but they can't shake that infection. Bighorns. The pneumonia in bighorns is a universal problem.
Yeah,
bighorns are really susceptible and vulnerable to pneumonia infections. But the one that's gotten into this herd has just stayed. It's been around since the 80s or 90s.
Yeah,
it's just they can't shake it.
And you've heard it blamed on the lichen. You've heard it blamed on the sheep, mountain goat. I mean the mountain goats. I don't know.
Yeah. The goats.
It's a goat. They're always up. These poor bighorn. These bighorn really up against it. And then of course the biggest predator of the bighorn sheep is Bigfoot, and there's been a lot.
Okay, there you go. You brought us around for full circle. That's what the problem is. Bigfoot needs to change his diet to deer or elk and quit killing so many bighorn sheep.
Let me know if you see a Yeti today. And I don't mean a cooler. All right. Thanks,
You'll
buddy.
Be the first person I tell. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Talk to you later.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to take a break. I'm right back at you with Kevin Meyer after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some tired, stale morning show. Hey, it's Jack and Jill on Z108. Coming up, we'll talk about nothing and laugh at our own jokes. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Tuesday, Cowboy State Daily Show, so that means Kevin Meyer is here, our resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world, which is not easy to do anymore these days. Kevin, you want to start off? I've asked everybody, pretty much, every guest, if they saw the Macy's Day Parade, because I was so excited about it. I thought it was so good. Nobody saw it. You're the least likely guy I would think saw it, but maybe you did.
No, add me to the list of people who did not see that. I probably haven't seen that parade since I was 8.
Wow. I mean, they have invented television in Douglas, Wyoming on the ranch, right?
I've heard rumors of it.
Yes. It's kind of like radio with the pictures. And you've probably seen this. Did you see the Giants kicker kick the turf last night?
Yeah, I did see that. There's, we all do something stupid like that. We all trip over the crack in the sidewalk or, grab our toe on the carpet. The difference is A, we're not getting paid a lot of money to do one thing and one thing only.
Yeah.
And number 2, we don't have millions of people watching us do it.
What if we did? Man, what life would be different if you knew millions of people were tuning into you on a daily basis.
If most of us knew that millions of people were watching us, I think most of us would sit quietly in a chair.
Yeah, we would try not to do anything because doing things mean you might fail. Like
putting yourself out there never works out.
Young Hoo Koo the kicker for the Giants. If you thought Judd McEnamey was bad, and he was the Giant kicker who wore the number 99, kickers should never be number 99, by the way. He was the guy from Ireland that was awful. The Giants had him, and he missed 2 extra points in the Denver game, and they shipped him right back to Ireland. And then they get this dude, Young Hoo Koo, who when Danny DeVito throws shade at you, you really know you've done something wrong. Danny DeVito said, "What the hell was that?"
When the least athletic person that walks the earth is making fun of you.
Danny DeVito isn't taller than the ball. When they put it up on a tee, it's now taller than Danny DeVito. And he says, I could have kicked that. He's like, what the hell was that?
Now, I have to imagine, Jake, that being a kicker on a professional football team is not good for the mental health of those players.
Yeah.
And I always imagine they're a little bit like a Chihuahua dog. And you've seen little Chihuahuas that just shake constantly, and they're constantly looking over their shoulder because they know for a fact that pretty much everything in this world can get them. And I think that's the way the kicker is. I'm sure he does not really get to be part of the team unless he kicks the winning field goal, and he gets to take a lot of blame. He sits on the end of the bench by himself. No one really believes that he's a football player. And then you go out there and kick your toe into the dirt. Imagine that's a pretty quiet ride home, knowing that it's better than 50-50 that you don't have a job tomorrow.
Yeah. You're right. That is it's a different kind of job, totally stressful, millions of people watching you, and you never feel like you even belong to your team because you're different. They even treat you different, sort of like a goalie in hockey. Everybody's kind of like, yeah, he's different. He chooses to have people throw rubber at him at 100 miles an hour. Like, he thinks different. The kickers are like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rockers. They're just always edgy, always nervous. Like, the next kick could blow it or win it. You're a hero or a zero. Young Hoo Koo is a zero after whiffing on a field goal try last night on Monday Night Football, a la Charlie Brown. Like, and the guy didn't take it. I'm like, he just missed the ball. You had one job.
And the one person on the team that probably does talk to him on a regular basis is the holder.
Yeah.
For the place kick. Well, I imagine he had some sharp words for him after the thumping that he took.
Dude, even the holder turned his back on him like, I don't know you. What do you mean? You're on this team? Yeah. And I always feel bad for the kicker because they're always like tiny. And they don't have any pads, and their helmet only has like one bar because they don't really get into conflict. And when they make a kick, the big giant linemen like pick them up like they're a rag doll. They're like, fantastic. They headbutt him, and I'm like, you're going to kill this poor guy, man. Yeah. And that's when he makes one. What if he misses? Like, yeah, that's tough. The life of a kicker. You didn't know you were going to talk about that this morning, did you?
No, but I never know what we're going to talk about, Jake.
True enough. Let's talk about serious. Where are we with that equine virus? We know the Western Stock Show, Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. Many things are threatened by that virus, and we just can't move horses around now. We can't share space with horses. Too dangerous. It'll cool off. How long? Did we go all winter with just saying, hey, let's not do this. Let's curtail that. What does it take to make this go away for a while again?
Well, it's kind of difficult to track everything, and you kind of have to be careful about who you are getting your information from. Not unlike a recent pandemic in the human field, but they've done a really great job of kind of tracing back to the facilities where it has been a problem. They can trace the horses that have been a problem and kind of track where those horses have been. They postponed the reining horse futurity and the cutting futurity, but down in Fort Worth, the cutting horse futurity is going on as we speak. The reining horse futurity is going on as we speak. I will tell you, it is much more difficult to get a health inspection for a horse going out of state now. And every state has its own rules that they're following. We just sent a horse to Montana, and their rules were the health had to been within the last 72 hours, and it's only good for 72 hours. And for those who don't know, a health inspection is usually good for 30 days. So they're really tightening those. And as I told you last week, most of the people that I know that are in the professional horse training business, we've all just closed down our facilities. Nothing comes in. We'll let things go out because we know that they've been fine at our facilities, but nothing new is coming in for a couple weeks. And you know, again, it's kind of sounded like the COVID deal, you know, a 2-week quarantine. Really, most people in the horse business, they're stretching that out of their own accord. They're going to stretch that out until they feel comfortable. And then it really is a matter of being in charge of who comes in and when they come in, and knowing where those horses came from, and knowing if they have all their vaccinations and have they been in a quarantined facility.
And knowing this herpes equine virus, it can not manifest symptoms for days, if not more than a week. So I think quarantine might be a smart way to go if you choose to have your event. If you're in Texas, you're going to have that reining, cutting event, whatever. Okay, that's up to the participants to take that risk. But after, I think, everybody sits tight for 2 weeks. Like, you're quarantined there. You want to go to this event? That's cool, but you're not going to anything else for 2 weeks after it, or however long. Quarantine's smart. Unlike the pandemic with the COVID, it's a little easier to find ground zero with horses. You can find where it came from, a little easier to track. It's not like horses are flying internationally by themselves. We know where they go and where they've been, a little easier.
Yeah, it's getting easier and easier to track these things because, you know, back in the old days, we would travel all over and we wouldn't have the proper paperwork. And as an old cowboy friend of mine said, yeah, you just put that health inspection on the dash of your pickup and the sunlight fades it, and you can use those things for a year or two.
Yeah.
Because you can't read the writing anymore.
Yeah.
But that's not really how it is now, because most of the health inspections are done digitally. And so you can really trace and track where everything is gone. And even before this happened, most facilities for big events, you had to check in and you had to have your paperwork right, or they wouldn't let you on the premise. So this is going to be very manageable. And I think most people are taking it very, very serious because the horse industry has become big bucks, as you and I have talked about before. And so people are taking it very seriously because it could cost people their livelihoods if they don't.
Yeah, it is such big money anymore. Yeah, Kevin, I want you to talk about the horses that you're training, that you buy and sell and you dabble in. I mean, even your average heading horse and roping, your barrel racer, these are 5-figure to begin with. Beginner horses, 6-figure horses when you get to a level where you're making paydays. It's unbelievable what horses cost now. Performance horses, sports, these athlete horses. The stuff you're doing is what we see Taylor Sheridan do in Yellowstone. A lot of that cutting and reining and training these high-end performance horses. You're going to ride a few today. What do you do today? Like what do you got in the barn? Give us an idea what you're doing day to day with these horses.
Well, I have 3 2-year-olds that I've just gotten started this summer, so they're continuing their education. And then I have 2 horses that we own that I'm preparing for sales in the spring. And one of those sales would be February. The other one's going to be in May up in Cody. And then I've got a show horse that I'm trying to get ready for a big show in February up at the Black Hill Stock Show. So it's a little bit of everything, you know, from riding those babies in their grade school education to riding the old show horse, that it's A, trying to keep him mentally happy and interested, but also B, correcting little problems that really most people can't even see, but the person on the horse can feel. And that's one thing that always amazes me when I go watch the real big dogs. And I watch them work their horses and train on their horses, and they're correcting issues that I couldn't even see, but they could feel between their legs. They could feel in their hands that a horse is a little bracy here, pushing a little bit there, maybe not keeping the rib cage straight. And you can't see it. The naked eye can't see it, but to a really good horse trainer, you can feel it. And you need to fix those things when they're small problems so they don't end up being big problems.
I appreciate that kind of stuff. And it's two-way communication. You're feeling the horse and the horse is feeling you. And that's an important thing too. The horse feeding off of everything you're doing. Kevin, give us one example of these youngins for those who are working a young horse, green broke, and you're trying to get a 2 and 3 year old to where they got to be. And this could apply to kids too, probably, but talk about the 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You'll make great progress on a 2-year-old, and he'll shine on day 1, and day 2, he's pretty good. And on day 3, he seems to have forgotten everything he ever knew. It happens.
It happens with every single horse. And some of them are worse than others. There's some that are just mentally kind of immature. And we always say, hey, every day you come out and you just ride him like yesterday didn't happen, because you're going to have to review all the information you showed him yesterday. Then there's other horses that are just, they come out of their mom's broke and you can't train them fast enough. You have to keep throwing new stuff at them every day to try to keep them interested. But the key to both of those situations, on any young horse and on your kids and on your dog, is you can't lie to them. Like with your kid, if they're not allowed to stay out past 10 o'clock, well, that means they can't stay out past 10 o'clock every single time. You cannot ever put that question in their mind that, well, sometimes it's okay to miss curfew and sometimes it's not. It's the same with a young horse. If it's not okay, then it's not okay every time. If a horse gets to pushing on you on the bridle, that has to be changed immediately and every time. And too many times people, when they're riding a young horse, will say, well, he didn't push on me that bad. Well, he didn't push on you that bad this time, but next time he's going to see how much farther he can go. They're always going to be trying to find the way out of what you're asking them to do. And I don't mean that as a derogative. Training a horse is all about getting them to find the release from pressure. And they're going to try many different ways to find that release. So you have to have that mindset that there is only one right answer. And if they find that right answer enough times in a row, you'll never have a fight with them again.
It's not rigid. It's not, animals and kids alike thrive in that framework of consistency. If they can be relatively assured that you're going to be predictable with your behaviors, you're going to be truthful. The horse is looking at you for trust, because his first inclination is to beat it out of there in every situation. Your kid is constantly, your human offspring is looking at you, trying to find where you're wrong. Like, are you always right, Dad? Can I count on that? It is real, and it's good life lessons. Kevin, the next time we get together, I want to talk a little bit about transporting horses from low end, just getting that horse down the road, maybe the 2-horse straight loader that you hardly see anymore, and then the big fancy transports that you're probably shipping your stuff in. I want to talk about all things trailering, how to do it right, and some of the challenges. And then anything else? What's in the news today that you want to make right, want to make sense of?
Well, I'll tell you, Jake, over the Thanksgiving break, I took a little vacation from watching the news. Number one, there's usually not a lot of news that goes on over holiday seasons, but here lately, and I'm a news junkie, as you well know, I really like to follow the news and follow politics. I found myself, I had to take a little mental health break from it because there's not too many stories out there that are getting covered. They're just, the ones that are out there are getting covered too much.
Yeah.
That's why I listen to Cowboy State Daily, because you guys actually give me something to think about and entertain me as well. It's not just the same 3 stories on a 24-hour loop. So I don't really have too much in there. But real quickly, what do you think's going to happen with Wyoming's football coach?
Sawville? Oh, man. You know, I actually did look at his contract because that to me is crucial. How long is he signed for and how much? Because to buy out these coaches, you know, UW's not made of money. And that's going to be significant. Sawville has actually signed a 5-year deal last year. So and it's a $5.8 million deal. Coach Jay Sawville will earn $1.1 million per year, pretty much, for 25. That's ended. 26, 27, and he signed through 2028. So, the buyout is going to be steep if you want to say adios to Coach Sawville. But, dude, I don't know what else to do with this team. Staunch brown and gold bleeders have had it up to here with the Cowboys and their ineffective offense. And Sawville with the Monday morning pressers saying, yeah, we got to do better. Yeah, you got to do better. I can't remember the last touchdown. The players have forgotten the words to the Cowboy Joe song or whatever they sing. Like, it's been a long time, man, since Western Thunder fired up the touchdown celebration song. Golly. And the reason why you can't have patience anymore in college is because of recruits and the portal. If players don't like it, if a receiver feels their quarterback can't get them the ball anymore, they're leaving. And we just saw Wyoming's top receiver declare for the portal. If running backs don't feel this offense is any good, they'll leave. We just saw one of the running backs in the mix declare for the portal. So you got guys wanting to get out of Laramie because they don't like the flavor. And then you got potential recruits. Tomorrow is signing day. And who wants to sign up for this mess? Especially if you're on the offensive side of the ball. You're like, they don't do offense in Wyoming. I might go there if I'm a linebacker, not if I'm a quarterback or a wide receiver. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we missed out on getting Lane Kiffin.
We did. Dude, how much money would that? I don't know if Wyoming, we would have to pass the hat twice statewide. Yeah, we lost Lane.
But that's a perfect example of what's going on in college football. Is he's getting ready to take a team with 2 losses into the playoffs. He's got a strong team. He could be a legend there at Ole Miss, but instead he decided that he's going to leave to go to LSU for basically the same money. And so there is no loyalty amongst players or coaches anymore.
Dude,
and you really have to be able to show that you have a competitive product on the field. And that is the problem that I've seen with Wyoming is we're not competitive. And I think at some point the players, they aren't putting forth the effort we'd like to see. I can understand if we're getting beat because we just don't have the players, but it doesn't look to me like the players are investing themselves.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't think we have the horses in the stable, but it's hard to tell. And it is, and it's hard to be just a mediocre team. We're going to love our Cowboys no matter what. Doesn't matter what record they enter with. But if you're really going to be in the conversation, if you really want to win a conference, and that hasn't been done since, 1997, like a long time, we've won the Mountain West. If you really want to be bowl eligible, like you got to be able to play with some of these big teams. It can't just be once in a while you'll surprise a conference team with an upset win. You got to be for real. And too long, the Cowboys just, they've not They've just not been good enough. I don't know. Something's got to change. I think it's going to be coach, I think. But we'll see. In college, it doesn't help that college football's a mess. Like you say, there's no loyalty. Players will leave if they feel like you're not getting there, or they don't like the coach or whatever it is. They'll go, they'll scoot. And then coaches run off, and then teams themselves have no loyalty to their conference. That nobody wants to play in the Mountain West. Nobody wants to play. They all want to go to the SEC or the Big Ten. College football's got things to fix.
Yeah, I saw that great old rivalry. This was rivalry weekend here last weekend, and I mean, I can remember as a little kid watching Cal Berkeley and SMU play, can't you?
No.
Yeah, that's right. On rivalry weekend, they are playing because I think both of those schools are now in the ACC or the Big East or something. California, Berkeley, and SMU are now conference rivals.
A longtime Texas school, and the hippies in Cal Berkeley. Yeah, that don't make sense. But we did get treated to Michigan, Ohio State. OSU finally got that win in the big house. Yeah, buddy. All right, we've fixed pretty much everything for now. Watch, it'll all unravel and fall apart by next Tuesday, but...
Well, we'll be here next Tuesday, and we'll talk trailer, and we'll fix whatever else ails the world.
We'll fix it with some baling wire, gaff tape, some duct tape. Thanks, buddy. Have a good Tuesday.
Yeah, you too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It is Tuesday, December 2. We'll come back with things that happened on this day in history right after this.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Well, we still yet have to get to a lot of stories today. We've been busy with guests, which is fantastic. Love to be able to introduce new voices, new opinions, new faces to everybody. And Cowboy State Daily Radio Land. It's always interesting to hear the newsmakers themselves. Sheehan Fisher was on. Dr. Fisher talked about postpartum depression in men, sad dads. It's a thing. Really interesting discussion with the psychologist from Northwestern Medicine today, Eric Quinney. We had a great chat with him. Eric's with Uinta County Fire and Rescue. Uinta Fire and Rescue, they're often the first on the scene whenever those accidents on Interstate 80 happen. And we had a bad one Sunday. Could have been way worse, Eric said. And he gives some good advice on how not to be that guy, that girl who is in need of rescue. And you don't want to meet Eric Quinney at the professional level, because that means you've been in a wreck of some kind. Gail Symons joined us last hour, Cowboy State Daily opinion columnist. Gail had really good observations on how to do politics right, like we do in Wyoming, like we do in the West, not like we do in D.C. Really nice chat with her. Here are the things that happened on this day in history, December 2. It was kind of a quiet day. I remember I assembled this a few hours ago, so I'm trying to remember what. Yeah, I don't think a whole lot happened this day. 1875, a strike at Rock Springs Mines. It was the first for that location. It was this day the strike was settled. Rock Springs Mine, a strike this day settled in 1875. 1892, John Osborne takes the oath of office under strained circumstances, given Republican claims of voting irregularities following Amos Barber's defeat. This was during in the aftermath, or really during the Johnson County Wars, actually, 1892. Osborne's election was indeed proved valid in spite of such protest. Osborne is probably best known as the physician that ordered a pair of shoes made from the skin of George Big Nose Parrott, the executed murderer. I was thinking about that the other day. It's a fascinating part of Wyoming's history, but it's really, I don't know. I don't want to glorify it. It's not like Big Nose Parrott really deserves. Well, he doesn't deserve to have his skin live on as a pair of shoes. Let's say that. Nobody deserves that, you know? I mean, Big Nose Parrott might have been a bad guy. He might have been an outlaw. He might have shot and killed law enforcement folks in his day. I get it. But the dude was hung. He was then had his brain dissected to see what makes outlaws. And then he had his skin used for a pair of shoes. Like, really? Are we going to do that? I mean, we wouldn't do that in this day and age. 1992, we wouldn't do that. But in 1890, it was okay for a physician to say, oh, yeah, that the bad guy you hung the other day, cut off some skin and make me a pair of walking shoes. I mean, that's besides being a little macabre, a little gross, it's just not right, even if it is a bad guy. 1905 this day, Diamondville mine explosion kills 18 men. 1914 this day, Fremont Lake Irrigation Company completed its canal for irrigation at Pinedale, coming out of nearby Fremont Lake. It was this day, 1927, that suddenly the Model T was so passé. You remember Ford's Model T, the first one rolling off the line? It only came in black, and it's so yesterday. It was this day, 1927, Ford announces its Model A. Yeah, I'll have one of those. Fancy Model A that makes the Model T like a hunk of junk. This day, 1935, Governor Leslie Miller delivers a speech at the Coordinating Committee of Federal Departments and Agencies in Wyoming. Say that fast 3 times. That needs an acronym. It was there, he stated, and then it goes on for a very long paragraph. Never mind. I don't think it's that important, although Governor Miller was a significant governor in Wyoming. 1941, as of this date, on the eve of Pearl Harbor. 1941, this day, Wyoming had 5,600 men in the armed forces. 1941. That's a significant portion of Wyoming's male population. 1941, you would think. And then elsewhere around the world, it was this day, 1933, that Newfoundland, then a self-governing country, decided to be governed by the British Commonwealth again. In other words, they went back to London and they said, please be our boss. This is just an indication of how great the Great Depression was, felt globally, that Newfoundland declared bankruptcy, ceased to be self-governing, and actually turned itself back over to the British Commonwealth and asked the UK, please, can you be our government again? This day, 1933, that's Newfoundland. All these things happen on this day in history, December 2. We'll check out the Western Ag Network and see what our friend Will Rasmussen is up to with a Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here from Las Vegas. Happy National Finals Rodeo Week from Vegas. Today, Donnie Gay and I talk about the top 4 bull riders in the race for the world title in the bull riding. Nobody on the planet better to talk about bull riding than 8-time world champion Donnie Gay on the Roadshow coming up next.
Your herd needs protein. When the seasons shift, so
it's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Governor Mark Gordon is seeking an extra $1 million to defend the fossil fuel industries and natural resources outside of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that state leaders are also exploring shipping up to 20 million tons of coal a year to Asian markets through a revived Oakland export terminal.
You have plenty of coal advocates in Wyoming to make them likely the majority. There is this fund that can move things along. At least they hope they will. And basically they had to talk about, could the state add some money to this fund? But really what the most interesting stuff that came out about it was the potential for a coal export facility in Oakland and the perceived demand by Japan and Taiwan for Wyoming's coal and natural gas.
Gordon's chief of staff, Drew Perkins, tells Cowboy State Daily the governor's proposed budget asks for $1 million to add to a $3 million fund provided to Wyoming through the Federal Natural Resources Policy account. A Burns man is dead after his pickup truck hit a stopped train Friday night on County Road 154 north of Interstate 80 east of Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke details the accident and says a local resident who captured the video at the scene described it as a pretty bad deal.
The arms were down on the intersection, and so were the lights were flashing, and the train was stopped on the track, and the car just plowed into it. This is like the first time in at least 5 years in Wyoming that a fatality from a car being struck or hitting a train. So this is a pretty unusual occurrence.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office has identified the driver as 45-year-old John Balzuski, who was not wearing a seatbelt at the time of the accident. An investigation is underway to determine what led to the crash, including whether Balzuski drove into the train intentionally or accidentally. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Bigfoot hunter says he's determined to continue his quest for the elusive creature, despite an FBI report releasing 50-year-old recently unsealed records. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Alan McGargle of Colorado says the released documents were disappointing, to say the least.
The FBI released a report from the 1970s that somebody sent in 15 hairs to have them tested, and they turned out to be deer hair. And this guy told me, he said, well, that's kind of boring and kind of a letdown. We heard the FBI was releasing something, and it turned out to be nothing. But, as far as he's concerned, the quest continues for Sasquatch.
McGargle tells Cowboy State Daily that he developed a passion for Bigfoot hunting after he and a friend were hiking in the New York State Adirondack Mountains and came across 2 broken trees blocking the trail. The thing was, the trees didn't appear to have been snapped off by wind or any other natural force. Governor Mark Gordon fielded questions on data centers on Monday when pitching his $11 billion budget to lawmakers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one Wyoming lawmaker called the line of questioning a political football.
Gordon was asked questions about data centers and energy diversification and courting Taiwan and Japan to potentially consume Wyoming's natural gas. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, on the other hand, ended up in a back and forth about his spats with Governor Mark Gordon regarding an exception request for publishing information about a ballot initiative. Senator Ogden Driscoll, a Republican from Devil's Tower, said, this would be easier to get behind if it wasn't such a political football.
The 2 officials on Monday presented different budget requests to the Legislative Joint Appropriations Committee, which is set to meet through half of December and half of January to craft a budget bill for the lawmaking session that opens February 9th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Tuesday. Sorry, we didn't get through the rodeo road show. I didn't realize we were up against time. The top of the hour, we got to get out for news. So let me get back to it. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Show. It's time for the Super Bowl of Rodeo, the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo Week.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here from Las Vegas. Happy National Finals Rodeo Week from Vegas. Today, Donnie Gay and I talk about the top 4 bull riders in the race for the world title in the bull riding. Nobody on the planet better to talk about bull riding than 8-time world champion Donnie Gay on the Road Show coming up next.
Your herd needs protein. When the seasons shift, so do your herd's protein needs. SmartLick protein tubs deliver consistent nutrition that drives performance, helping cattle make the most of available forages, maintain condition and power through winter efficiently, giving you peace of mind. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
Join Shipwheel Cattle Company Wednesday, December 10th at the ranch in Chinook, Montana, as they sell 120 coming 2-year-old Angus bulls, 40 bred heifers, and 40 heifer calves, all home raised. Shipwheel Cattle Company is your source for sound, athletic, thick-made bulls, backed by one of the best guarantees in the business, and females with extra durability and longevity. Sale time is 1 p.m. Live bidding available through Superior Purebred Auctions. For catalog and more sale day information, visit shipwheelcattle.com.
A guy goes there, and if he rides good and he's one of the top three in the average to win the national finals, rodeo normally takes care of world championships and those dreams that you have set out there and those mountains that you are climbing and intend to top out. Those first four guys, they've got a legitimate chance. I believe to win the average, a guy's going to have to ride at least 7 out of 10. And this year's NFR is just really interesting. We talk about the top four. That's Wacy Shala, Stetson Wright, Kai Hamilton. Stetson and Kai have strapped on the gold buckle. They know what the motion levels are from top to bottom. Tristan Hutchins, I believe he goes into the NFR this year as healthy as he's ever been, and you got to watch out for the dark horse. TJ Gray came in number 1 last year and didn't win the world championship. Well, he's number 5, so you don't really count anybody out.
That's the greatest of all time, Donnie Gay, on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
Yeah, we continue. Renee Jean's here. Renee, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
I want to.
Are you Pinky or am I Pinky?
Stop it. I have so many questions for you. Number 1, I've found nobody, no guests today or yesterday, who saw the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. I never have.
I'm like 0 for 10.
Last time I would have even seen anything about it at all would have been, gosh, maybe I was 10 years old. So 5 or so decades ago, my parents had it on the television, and my comment was, "What are you watching?"
Are you just not a parade person, or you're not, TV that parade?
It just struck me as really boring. I maybe watched it for like 2 seconds, and then I was over it.
Renee! Wow. Well, somebody as fancy as you, who probably drinks their eggnog with a pinky, speaking of pinky, the pinky removed from the glass. I mean, I don't know if I can talk to you anymore after your stay at the Brush Creek Ranch. Were you actually there?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Is it as fancy as it's made out?
Well, I mean, I would describe it as fancy, not fancy. Okay, it's got this rugged Western decor. It doesn't look fancy at all. But if you think about it, you know that it costs a pretty penny to put all that decoration together. And Googling around a little, I found that they actually hired a company to come and do all of that Western decor. So it's actually very fancy, but it doesn't look fancy.
And you mentioned the fanciness comes kind of from the service. Like they have real attention to your well-trained staff, and they'll cater to everything you want.
They will. I mean, when I came out for breakfast, passing by the front desk, they wanted to know how my night's sleep was. I was like, oh, it was great. The pillows were a little fluffier than I expected. And they're like, oh, do you want me to get some better pillows?
Right.
Would you like, I can get you some less fluffy pillows.
Yeah. That's funny when you say, well, everything has been just too comfortable. They can say, well, we can make it less comfortable. Whatever you want, Renee.
Yeah. Plus, I'm like, no, I think I'll get used to it. It's okay. You have to go get me different pillows.
Oh, man. Well, this place, I mean, I live in Shangri-La. I'm surprised to see Condé Nast give a nod to anything that's not in Jackson Hole being high end. But Brush Creek Ranch is for real, man. We're talking, maybe a $900 a night stay or $150,000 for a 4-night ski trip. It's going to cost you. When it costs, if you need the platinum card, then it's fancy.
Well, and maybe I didn't make this clear enough in the article, but Wyomingites get a discount.
Oh, nice.
So if you live in Wyoming, you can stay there for $900 a night through the locals discount. Everyone else in the world starts at like, I think it's $2,600 and excuse me. But if you live in Wyoming, you can get a significant break.
Well,
$900 a night still pretty pricey, but it is all inclusive. So you get breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that stay. You get inclusive wines, whatever is on the inclusive wine list. That means if you want to take a bottle of wine to your room, they have a wine cellar right there. You can request a bottle and take it back to your room. They will keep your glass full at dinner. They will offer a dessert wine if you order a dessert. They're just it's great. A great service there. And then activities, they have like 100 activities. I don't know which ones are if all of those are on the inclusive list, but the ones that are on the inclusive list are included in your stay. So you get, a couple activities that are also part of that $900. So I think when you consider that your entertainment, your food, the stay, it's all one package.
Your very own polo pony that you can keep in the next room. You get all kinds of things in the
There were no ponies in the lodge.
Renee, I'm just trying to envision how much Jimmy choked when you turned in your expense report. You turned in your reimbursement for expenses at Brush Creek Ranch.
I haven't turned that in yet.
Oh man.
It'll just be my cost to get there.
Cowboy State Daily might be out of business next week. You'll know why we went dark when Renee turns in her expense account.
I did not buy out the McGee homestead or anything like that.
Hey, so I'm not too surprised to hear this headline. TerraPower's Kemmerer nuclear plant clears regulatory hurdle a month early. The Bill Gates name, the novel concept of this project, the high profile, and certainly the Trump administration really green lighting, paving the way, greasing the wheels, whatever you want to call it. It's fast tracked and we're seeing it.
Yeah. Well, and so the permit getting done faster isn't going to speed up the construction at all. I just confirmed that this morning with them. They are still on the same construction timeline that they had planned for. So the earlier release doesn't really help speed that part up, but it doesn't hold them back either. They are right on schedule. Let's see, what did she say about let me go look at that. Hot off the press here.
Yeah, breaking news here. Not even in print yet.
Well, if I can find it. Oh, here we go. I think it's in here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think their plan is to be fully under. Their plan is to be fully under construction by summer 2026. That is what they had planned all along. So we're not really moving up the timeline for actual construction and operation of this.
Do you happen to recall, because I kind of remember from one of your earlier stories, what they were building first. Like, what is the timeline? Like, what part of the plant do they want to start first? I think I can't remember, but it was interesting to see what they were going to tackle along the timeline.
Well, so the first thing they've built, and they're working on it right now, is their test and fill facility.
Okay.
That's going to be where they game out, does this sodium coolant act the way we think it should act in our system? It's basically a replica, and I think it will be kind of like a training place too, in order to teach people how to use the system and do everything the right way. But it will also be used ahead of construction to make sure that all of their ideas are sound and work the way that they are supposed to work.
Yeah. Can you, while we're on that topic, yes, this is meant to be, Bill Gates' plan is to make this the flagship for Natrium. What is a Natrium plant? What is TerraPower different from the nuclear we saw 30, 40, 50 years ago?
Yeah, so the key difference here with this particular plant, it's going to use sodium to cool the plant. And this isn't just it's not a little tiny demonstration project. This is a full-scale utility plant that will produce 350 megawatts of power. It'll be the first advanced nuclear reactor like this in the country. And it's going to be in Kimmerer, Wyoming, which I think is really pretty cool, especially when you think about they also have the mother store, the first JCPenney is in Kimmerer.
Yeah.
Now they have the mother Natrium plant. A lot of synergy going on there. And I know they've already talked about that as, kind of tourism opportunities. But so the way, the thing about sodium is you got a higher boiling point, right? Much higher than water. It doesn't need to be pressurized to work. So you're creating less chances for it to fail, because you don't have to worry about, what's going to happen if the water boils away, what's going to happen if we lose pressure. Those kind of things are taken care of. Liquid sodium can catch fire if it's exposed to air or water. So, there are still failure points, but there are fewer of them. And then, with this test and fill facility, they're going to put it through the paces and make sure all of their ideas are sound. They've already done quite a bit of work getting to this point, demonstrating their concepts and so forth. But the test and fill facility will be kind of like your industrial size test instead of just, little things that you've done in the lab.
Interesting. Let's change gears. Let's talk about, two professions that they're underpaid, underappreciated. We can't do enough for educators, teachers, and frontline medical, like nurses. Man, I'm a huge fan of nurses. Shortage of nurses right now, and it could get worse. Explain why. What's going on with nursing?
Well, so this mainly, I think, affects the nurse practitioner deal, but the Trump administration has proposed caps on financial aid, the federal loans that people pursue. They have proposed caps on it. It'll be $200,000 cap for professional degrees, a $100,000 cap for non-professional degrees. Nursing is one of the professions that's under non-professional. Now, these caps, according to the Trump administration, what they released, these caps only apply to graduate level programs. So it's not your undergraduate nursing degrees. It's your graduate level. So nurse practitioners would be in that group. Physician's assistants would be in that group. That's important to Wyoming because a lot of remote areas depend on nurse practitioners. It's maybe their only access to local care. And so anything that can kind of choke that pipeline of new nurse practitioners in the state could, have a negative impact there. University of Wyoming tells me that their program is right at the limit for that 100,000 cap, that 20,500 per year. It's a 3-year program, so they're not at the lifetime cap, but they are at the annual cap. And this is a demanding program. It's not something where you can work a full-time job and go to school. And the reason is, it's pretty simple. You're going to go out and practice on people. You're going to do sutures and EKGs and pelvic exams. You have to be an expert at that before you graduate. You need to be practicing that. They got to get the materials. They got to bring in specialists to teach you to do it the right way. It's a very demanding program. You don't have time to learn all of that and work a full-time job in a 3-year period.
Renee Jean is talking with us, Cowboy State Daily. I want to introduce you to a chef, Renee. Remind me if I forgot. I met a really fancy chef in Jackson. Imagine that. And she works at Hotel Jackson, which is they have Figs. Figs, the Lebanese restaurant. It's so good. Oh, I love Figs.
Yeah.
They have a new restaurant coming on board. It's just so delayed in the construction. But when it comes on, it is going to be one of the fancier restaurants. And, an award-winning chef coming on board who is also just recently in a new chef show where you're judged on your chefing that's not out yet, but it'll be airing soon on which network does Survivor? It's coming on right after Survivor. In whenever Survivor's 50th or whatever, it's going to air right after that. A new show. She couldn't tell me. I said, "Can you tell me what happened? Did you win?" She's like, "I can't tell you. They can't." But she's really interesting. And from the show, the TV show angle, and the fact that she's going to be Jackson's next fancy chef, you got to talk to her, because I know you like hanging out with those chefs who don't trust AI to cook Thanksgiving. I don't blame them. AI doesn't know everything. What did you find out? Artificial intelligence might tell you to start the stuffing before the bird, or it might screw up your Thanksgiving.
There was nothing too weird in this particular AI instruction set. I have done some where things got pretty weird, but this one, was pretty. I would say it was a almost right, okay method.
Yeah.
Right. If you're a somewhat experienced cook in the kitchen, it's probably going to be okay for you. You're going to notice the little things that it missed, that it didn't explain the importance of, like, trussing the turkey. Why do you do that? Because if you get the legs closer to the body, it's a little more even cooking temperature wise. Otherwise, the legs take a lot longer to get done than the breast meat. And so when the legs are done, your breast meat is, like a dry dish rag, right? So it's pretty important to trust the bird, things like that. Little things. A lot of it was little things that if you're an experienced cook, you would know. If you're doing it for the first time, I would recommend, getting a cookbook, something by a trusted source, and going by that rather than AI, because there were things that weren't explained. And it did kind of skip over, like it presented a dry brine or a brining solution as kind of an option. Really high class chefs and cooks know that that's not optional. If you want a juicy bird, if you really want it to be special, dry brining or wet brine is like required.
The list of people you should listen to: certainly Chef Petrina, Chef Renee. Not listen to AI, and definitely me. I shoved the turkey in as it came from the supermarket. I don't take the whatever's stuffed in the middle. I don't even take that out. I unpackage it and shove it in the oven. So don't do like me. One last thing, Renee. No snow in Jackson. That makes for nervous resorts. And boy, this place, for Jackson Hole anyway, it runs on skiing, and it's still no snow, and we're just staring out the window. That means money flying out the window.
Right. It is what it is. I mean, when all 3 resorts have to delay their opening, you know something's up. But the other thing, I think, from talking to, the Chamber of Commerce guy, things can change on a dime. As soon as there's snow, all those people who are waiting to see what happens are going to, they'll start booking their trips, and those drops in, flights in are going to disappear, basically.
Yeah, thanks to today's skier who, I mean, they are powder chasers, snow chasers. The advanced bookings for December down in Jackson Hole. But yeah, as Renee says, that could change in one big dump, and we're waiting for it. Thanks. Thanks, Renee. You have a great Tuesday.
You too. Bye-bye now.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Renee Jean. We'll take a break. Coming right back.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Here's a statistic I find hard to believe, and it concerns today's news. Cowboy State Daily concerns Sasquatch, Yeti, Bigfoot, whatever he goes by in your neck of the woods. Mark Hines was on last hour, talked about his story. Bigfoot hunter won't quit despite the FBI saying decades-old evidence once provided in 1976, 50-year-old unsealed records were tested. Supposedly Bigfoot fur And the FBI says it was not Bigfoot. It was a deer. Is this our government lying to us? Is this a cover-up? Is this Area 51 playing out in our forests? Did UFOs crash? And were we studying the spaceship and the aliens themselves in Nevada in Area 51? Recent record releases still don't make it any clearer to me whether there were UFOs back in the 60s or today. And right up there with tinfoil hat beliefs is Bigfoot. How many people in this day and age, my goodness, honestly believe there exists in the woods, yet unproven, a creature we don't know anything about? Come on. I did Google it. I did chat GPT it. I've done some AI on it. I've done my research. How many people? I typed in, basically typed in, because I don't ask Siri. I don't like to have Siri listening. How many people believe in UFOs? And I'll see if, that number is much higher than how many people believe in Bigfoot. Anyway, I don't like are you one of those people that leave Siri on listening all the time on your devices? Some of you may have a home system where I've been visiting other homes. I visit other, friends, and right in the middle of something, right in the middle of a conversation, right in the middle of the dinner, whatever, the homeowner, somebody from the home, usually a kid, usually a tech-savvy little preteen, will say, Siri, play Thanksgiving Day music. Like out of the blue. Like I'm trying to engage in this 12-year-old. Like, how was school today? Oh, good. We learned. Siri, play Christmas music. And all of a sudden, the house would be filled with music. These kids have learned to boss Siri around as if it's their hired help. I don't like leaving Siri on because we found, didn't Apple, somebody had to settle a lawsuit because Siri was listening when she shouldn't have been. Siri or automated artificial intelligence things like Siri should only be triggered by a word. So just like, training your dog, the only time the dog should listen is when you say, Fido, sit. The Fido is the cue that you're speaking to the dog and not your husband. Sit. Was that for me, the dog thinks? No, that was for the husband. That's so Siri is only supposed to listen when she hears Siri first. Siri, I'm all ears. Play Christmas music. Turn the lights off. Turn the bedroom lights off. Turn the back patio lights on. Stuff like that. But the thing is, Siri sometimes listens when she shouldn't be. And who knows what you could be saying. So I don't like to do the Siri thing. I type in my questions. And I asked Siri or the Googler or whoever is out there in the cloud with the answers, how many American adults believe in Bigfoot? And I was surprised at the number. Shame on you. 12% of us believe in Bigfoot. 11 to 13% in that range. And that's up from 2020 when 11% of us believed in Bigfoot in 2020. Fast forward now to, well, it's actually not now, 2022 Civic Science poll found that 13% of U.S. adults agreed Bigfoot is real living creature, just not found yet. And these people vote in elections. I'm sometimes astounded by my fellow man, especially when I visit the post office or the DMV or take a flight. I'm sometimes embarrassed by the behavior of people I share DNA with. Like, yo, Karen, chill. I'm sorry there's no overhead space for your fur coat. There's no reason to hold the whole flight up as you go into some kind of meltdown. Yeah, and then I am sometimes surprised when I see polls like this, poll results. 13% of us, presumably voting for the next president, believe there's Bigfoot. I've even had a guest on, and it's hard for me to, to do the Art Bell thing and have this fake line of inquiry like, so what evidence have you found lately that shows Bigfoot might be in Washington State? And I'm thinking the whole time, like, you are a Looney Tune, dude. You believe in Bigfoot. And I'm probably alienating, according to the numbers, 13% of our audience. Sorry. The remaining 87% of you sensible people are probably with me, hopefully. But yeah, there's no Bigfoot. Dude, there's no secrets on this planet unless it's in the ocean. There are a lot of things 70% of the planet's water. There are a lot of secrets deep in the ocean. We have no idea. We're discovering new species all the time. We're like, what is that weird fish? That I believe, because we don't live in the ocean. But at this point, even acknowledging there are remote forests that are pretty dadgum remote, in Washington State, in Wyoming, in Montana, there are places where, yeah, you could go get off grid and hide for a while, but not forever. At this point, if you were a 7-foot tall, gorilla-looking Sasquatch, we would have found you by now. Your skeletons, you walking around, we would have better than just some shaky 8mm old camera. 2 seconds of something walking between trees. We would have better than that. We would have fossil evidence. We would have something. We would have a big old, even I can find evidence that a bear squatted in the woods. Where is Bigfoot doing doo-doo? I'd like to know. Yeah, we would have found something by now. Honestly, 13% of us believe in Bigfoot. That number seems really high. It should be more like 1.3%. How many people believe in UFOs? That number is more like 41%, according to a 2021 Gallup poll. 41% of us. Oh, a new poll, 2023 Gallup, found 42%. So that number is increasing. More and more people are willing to admit there are UFOs, aliens flying around. We may be visited by that one UFO. It's getting here. It's set to arrive, I think, like in 3 days, right? The Enigma 3I Atlas, that one weird asteroid we've been following that's behaving weirdly. Scientists are saying that doesn't look like an asteroid. That doesn't look like a meteor. For one thing, this comet not only has a tail, it has a head, it has a front, it has headlights. There's like lights in front of it. And it's also making odd maneuvers, and it's got people thinking there's intelligence in this asteroid. The Enigma of 3I Atlas. And last I heard, it was supposed to get here December 5th. I haven't heard much about it lately. Maybe it changed course. Maybe it decided Earth wasn't worth visiting. Oh, those idiots on Earth, they believe in Bigfoot. We're not going there. It's too easy to conquer Earthlings. They probably got a good look at us. This alien ship from another galaxy, the 3I Atlas, they probably got, a close-up look. Last they knew when they, because of the speed of light, the last these aliens knew of Earth, we were maybe on the cusp of the Industrial Revolution. Maybe they saw us invent the car, the Model A, the Model T, the Industrial Revolution. They thought, "Oh, those Earthlings, that planet, they're starting to come into their own. Let's go visit them." And then they get almost here and they do another check-in and they see the latest news headlines. Bigfoot. President Trump, any given day headline. And they say, you know what? Maybe this place ain't worth visiting after all. Let's take a detour. Earth looked good a few light years away. But as we get closer, oh boy, what a mess. What a dumpster fire. And they probably made a U-turn somewhere around Albuquerque. I just don't understand the Bigfoot thing. But Bigfoot in the news, Mark Hines has that story about how one Bigfoot hunter says he's still determined to find the elusive creature despite the FBI report. They released a 50-year-old previously unsealed records. They tested the hair, the fur, and they said it's a deer. Okay. According to Bigfoot Field Research Organization, it pains me to even admit there is such a BFRO. These are the Wyoming counties where Bigfoot sightings have been most frequent. And I asked Mark Hines, which county in Wyoming do you think has the most Bigfoot sightings? Reported sightings. And Mark nailed it. He didn't hesitate. He said, well, I would have to think Park County. That's, by the way, Cody, Powell, up there. They got a lot of forest. Yes, Park County, by far. 9 Bigfoot sightings, reported sightings in Park County. It leads the state in Bigfoot sightings. Now, is that because of the ruralness, the rugged terrain, the forested area of the county? Or is that an indication of the Park County people in general who maybe are more gullible than some of the other counties? Ooh, yes, I might have said that out loud. Lincoln County, it comes in second. They've had 4 recorded Bigfoot sightings. Carbon County and Teton, both with 3. Where's Bigfoot going to hide in Carbon County? Behind an oil derrick? I mean, that's all flat. Is it not? Uinta, 2 recorded Bigfoot sightings. Sheridan, Crook, Fremont, Johnson, Sublette, Sweetwater, and Washakie counties all reported 1 Bigfoot sighting per county. So, yeah, there's where we think Bigfoot might be. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about 2 potential suicides. There's no other explanation other than suicide by cop, which looks like in the police law enforcement shooting at the Wind River Hotel and Casino. And then the guy who, the truck versus train. We haven't had a truck train accident, a vehicle train accident in the state of Wyoming in like how many years? Many. And we just had a fatality recently. Only get this, it wasn't the train that did it. The train wasn't even moving. We got to unpack this. We'll do it right after our final break on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. Hi. Thanks for being here. It's been 5 years since Wyoming recorded a fatality. According to the Wyoming Department of Transportation, it's been 5 years since there's been a fatality concerning automobile and train. When the two meet, nothing good's going to come of that. It's usually somebody trying to beat the train, right? You don't believe when the arms come down, there's really a train, or you think it's way off, I can get over the track. And Murphy's Law of train track crossing means you're going to stall out right there on the track. At least that's the Hollywood version. Isn't it weird how you won't see anyone for hours of driving on the highway, and then right when you're taking that dangerous hairpin turn, that's when oncoming traffic. Yeah, that's when the big semi-truck is coming. Murphy's Law of driving. One of Murphy's less known postulates is your vehicle will stall out suddenly as if it hit some kind of weird energy force field. It'll suddenly stall as you're trying to get across the tracks, beat the train. Well, we've seen it happen in many movies. And then, of course, like many scary movies where you're just shouting at the screen, don't go in the shed full of chainsaws. Like, run and run like you mean it. Don't run the girly run in your high. Take off your shoes and start running like you're Ashton Genty. Start running like you're trying to get somewhere instead of, woo! And don't go into, it's dark. The scary music starts playing. Ooh. Where's my scary music? Don't I have some? Yeah. The scary music begins playing and you hear, that's a good sign not to go in the boathouse full of hooks and saw blades and sharp stuff. Oh, let's go see in here. Don't go in there. All of us are shouting at the person who is stalled out on the train tracks who's trying to start their vehicle. Hey, get a new car. This one's totaled. Get out. All of us yelling as you're trying to start the truck. The train's bearing down on you. Never mind the Subaru. Give up on the Honda Civic. It's a casualty here. Save yourself. Get out. None of this has anything to do with this story, but a Burns man was killed after his pickup hit a train Friday. Hit the train, not the train hitting the pickup. The train was not moving. We need more answers on this one. County Road 154, north of Interstate 80, east of Cheyenne. Laramie County Sheriff's Office says a Burns man ran into a train that was parked on the train tracks. So either you're inattentive, 45-year-old John Belzewski, or this was intentional. It happened around 5:20, so it is dark at that time. Struck the side of a stationary Union Pacific train. Belzewski was killed in the accident. That part's not funny. None of the train crew was hurt. And yeah, I think we need more answers here on how somebody can run into a train. This sounds possibly intentional, as does this incident. We've heard in recent years suicide by cop, people that are distraught and maybe not thinking clearly, maybe have ideas of ending their own life, but they don't want to do it, can't do it, choose to have cops do it. It's I don't know if that's the case here. We'll find out. But an out-of-state fugitive wanted for violent crimes was killed Sunday night in an officer-involved shooting at the Wind River Hotel and Casino outside of Riverton. Fremont County Sheriff's deputy was involved, as was Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper. Both fired their guns and killed this man. The man, according to, well, we have some Facebook comments saying the man was unarmed. I don't know that that's the case in the actual story. The story is from Claire McFarland. Claire always gets her facts right. So I think that is yet to be determined, who's armed, who's not. But it was a man wanted on felony, threats of violence, domestic violence, stalking, that kind of stuff. And something went down in the hotel room. Police found the suspect in a hotel room at the casino. Several minutes after initial contact, a confrontation occurred with the subject. According to a statement, a deputy and trooper both discharged their firearms. I would have to err on the side of law enforcement, believing they felt they had good reason to do so. And the person from, I think we're hearing they're from the Utah area, was killed despite life-saving measures. So, yeah, more facts yet to come in. Who was armed, who was not. And I'm sure we got body cam, all that kind of stuff, and we'll find out more. Couple of stories we didn't have time to get to. I'll pick them up tomorrow. Kristi Noem has gone scorched earth on the suspect in the National Guard shooting in D.C. I believe he's Afghanistan. Kristi Noem said, we should just have a flat-out travel ban on certain countries. Kristi Noem said there's no reason bad actors, we should just assume everyone's a bad actor from certain countries. She went off. She said, our forefathers built this nation on blood, sweat, and the unyielding love of freedom, not for foreign invaders to slaughter our heroes, suck dry our hard-earned tax dollars, or snatch the benefits owed to Americans. Kristi Noem wrote on X the other day, we don't want them, not one, she said. And she said, I am recommending a full travel ban on every damn country that's been flooding our nation with killers, leeches, and entitlement junkies. Man, I mean, Kristi Noem's not one who ever holds back. I think that's why I appreciate her. But this is scorched earth quotes out of Kristi Noem, who's asking President Trump to impose a flat-out travel ban on certain countries, third world countries that, for the most part, don't have people coming to the U.S. from there just wanting to sightsee at Disneyland, let's say. We'll pick up that story first thing tomorrow. I want to leave you on this note because I want you to have this young lady in your thoughts and prayers. Tammy Jo Schaefer, described by friends as someone who doesn't know a stranger, 55-year-old Gillette woman fighting for her life in a Denver burn unit. Her house caught on fire early Sunday morning. Tammy Jo Schaefer is just hanging on to life right now. Dale Killingback has a story. She was rushed to the hospital by paramedics, sedated because of the extent of her burns and the pain. I can't imagine the pain of a third-degree burn victim. Schaefer right now is at the University of Colorado Health Burn and Frostbite Center. And, we're just wishing the best for her. Her daughter, Elisha, spoke to Cowboy State Daily. And, we're just hoping, we're rooting for, and we're keeping in our thoughts Tammy Jo Schaefer, Cowboy State Daily. Remember her today, this Tuesday. Well, that's going to take us right up to the goalposts, right up to the end zone, right up to the end time. Got a big show lined up for you tomorrow. You're going to enjoy it. Make sure you spend your time with us tomorrow. More coming. Guests tomorrow include Drea Heineman. She's learning how to grow stuff in outer space. I mean, those kids at UW. She wants to grow at zero gravity. Greenhouse in space. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder will be on the show tomorrow. Jared Petrino will talk UW sports. The football team, where do we go from here after a dismal season for the Cowboys? Thomas Laycock will be here, AARP guy. He's got a new data research he's going to talk about. And Christy Graham. We're going to talk Wyoming outdoors in the winter. Lots coming up tomorrow. For now, though, everybody enjoy your Tuesday. And thanks for spending this day with us at the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.